Welcome back to the Esports Racing League. For the first time in a couple of years, it's time to answer the age-old question: who is the best? And in the world of sim racing, there are plenty of qualifiers that could be thrown in. Which car, which series, and even which sim. Here in the Esports Racing League, we'll crisscross them all and find out who exactly is the best team across 5 different platforms in the world of sim racing. Hi folks, my name's Arjuna Kankipati. Delighted to have your company as we dive back into this wonderful format. I'm joined alongside once again by Lewis McLeod, and our expert analyst this week is Niels Naujoks. As we start on Assetto Corsa Competizione, and Lewis, I'll start with you because boy, it's been a while since we last went racing in the ERL, and it's great to be back.
It certainly is. I mean, look, the track vote's already done. We'll be racing around the Red Bull rig, which is just, again, going to be an excellent prospect. It's always going to be a bit fun. A format that we'll have to get used to. But as always with VCO competitions, a format that, generally speaking, provides some pretty solid racing. I'm very excited for this one, Arjuna.
And Niels, you competed in a couple of the Esports Racing League events back in the day. It's a bit different, right? Because obviously you're all in the same car as one another and you're trying to compete, often not just by yourself, but with your team as well, trying to accumulate the most points that you can to build yourself up to the finals.
I think from driver perspective, doesn't change that much. You're always trying to go as fast as you can and hope your teammates can keep up if you're the fastest guy, or you're trying to not let your teammates down if they are faster than you. So just some pressure handling within the team.
Let's dive into that format and walk you through what we're going to be in for, not just here tonight, but across all of our ERL events. 3 heats, 1 driver from each team competes in those heats, and the best 2 results get carried forward. We'll advance some of those teams directly into the quarterfinals, but Lewis, before that, some of the teams have to head into the second chance race, or as I like to call it, the last chance race.
Yeah, it'll be sudden death in there. 1 race to decide it. 2 teams, the top 2 teams going through, and that obviously the top 2 drivers will then add to the list of drivers that are in the quarterfinals. 3 drivers per team out there, so 12 teams in the quarterfinals. The top 6 progress through into the semis, and then just the top 2 into the finals, where we'll have a little bit of a showdown. Very classic ERL style. I love to see that back. It's so much fun seeing 2 teams go toe to toe, getting 3 of their drivers out on the circuit at the same time. Basically, best team wins.
And quite often we needed all 3 of the races to determine who would be the winner. Let's dive into the platforms that we will be using across of this 5 regular season ERL campaign that leads up to the grand finals in person at Sim Formula Europe. We start here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. We'll make our way over to Le Mans Ultimate in a couple of weeks' time. Before, for its first time in the ERL, we welcome Gran Turismo 7 and the console platform to the game, iRacing and Wrenchport, to close out the regular season before we dive into the Last Garage, a brand new sim that none of these drivers have had much experience of. And Niels, you say that the racing itself isn't too different for a driver. How difficult is it for drivers to have to try and jump between all of these different platforms?
Yeah, indeed, that's one of the biggest challenges of the series. So all the teams are fighting drivers who they know are super versatile and can drive very fast on a decent level in all these sims. But for a driver, it's really stressful. Like, even everybody has their main sim, maybe 2 main sims. But yeah, driving 3 or more different simulations on a competitive level is super, I don't even know the word. Exciting, yes, but stressful and difficult at the end.
And like you say, the teams have picked the drivers who are the most versatile. They have 5 drivers to pick from across of each of the events. Obviously, only 3 drivers compete in each of our ERL powered by Nitro Concept events. Here's a look at the teams. Our core teams, a lot of whom will be familiar to those that watch previous editions of the Esports Racing League and Esports Racing World Cup. But something new is the addition of contender teams who are all trying to make their statement and to move themselves up into the core teams. One note, obviously, for me, Lewis, is defending champions, Team Redline, who have been so dominant in the ERL. They aren't going to be part of this season. They've got some other commitments to focus on. And so that really does open the door to potentially the likes of Coanda joining us for the very first time, or the likes of R8G, Williams Sim Racing, who were very strong in previous ERL campaigns.
Yeah, we give a big old salute to Team Redline and a wave goodbye as well. Look, I think this is going to be a really exciting season. I think it's going to be really, really tight across all of the platforms. And looking at this and thinking of the platforms that we're going racing at, quite rightly, as Neil said, quite a lot of these drivers have their preferred platform, or in a few cases, the preferred two platforms from them. Very few drivers, and thus very few teams, have preferred over, 3 or more. In fact, actually, I can't think of a single driver really on the grid that's really preferred on more than 3 platforms as being a top contender. So seeing how that's going to work out across the entire season is going to be very, very exciting. And I think obviously there is a couple of wildcards in there, being Gran Turismo 7, for example, the last garage as well. I think that's more the open door for some of those contender teams to maybe make their step up by taking a bit of a gamble with a driver that maybe is a little bit of an outside chance and just going for it.
And well, I think we're going to be in for a treat. Let us know in chat who you're rooting for, who you're here supporting. But obviously, as part of your support, you have the chance as our fans to get engaged with the ERL Fantasy Challenge. Your ability to curate your ideal lineup and roster and work your way through this ERL season. Now, we're showing you this. The rosters have already been locked for round 1, so if you haven't already selected your team, unfortunately, you're a little bit too late. But fantasy. We had to find out the hard way, didn't we? Fantasy.esports-racing-league.com. See how you can do in picking your ideal 5-driver lineup across of the season. Let's dive, though, into heat number 1, because that's going to be on deck momentarily. Remember, 1 driver from each of the teams. And Niels, I'll start with you. Who are the drivers that you are looking at in this particular heat to really make their name, stamp their authority on the start of this Esports Racing League campaign?
Well, I guess all these races are going to be packed, but just skimming through the list real quick, there's a couple names we know from a lot of events in the past who are always in the front of the pack, which is Dara McCormick, of course. We have Tobias Gronewald, all very strong performers. Dominik Bleier. Who else am I probably missing here? Jernej Simoncic, very typically good on R Factor 2 or LMU, now putting his toes into ACC a bit. Nothing to underestimate here, depending how aggressively they prepared. But also Grantas Carikas is one of the very fastest guys around here. So very strong lineups here I see from Williams and Visceral.
And that was one thing that we were also kind of talking about, Niels, right? The fact that, especially in the last 12 months or so, some of these teams have maybe stepped away from Assetto Corsa Competizione a little bit. And so Visceral in particular, they were a team that you were highlighting that could really make their claim in this first round of the ERL.
Yeah, Visceral really has built sort of a silent empire there in the background. They kind of started as a community team and attracted a lot of the fast drivers who kind of didn't make the cut for the pro teams or weren't interested. And they grew into, a very, very competitive bunch by now, competing on a variety of sims. And I think what started as a passion project suddenly has become very serious.
Lewis, you mentioned it a little bit ago. We are racing at the Red Bull Ring, and that was another way that the fans had their opportunity to make their voices known with the fan vote. The drivers found out about 24 hours ago that we're racing at the Red Bull Ring, a track that you and I both know has got its share of overtaking opportunities.
Yeah, the vote was open. Obviously, I took part in the vote. You didn't, Arjun. It's fine. Don't worry, I'll throw you under the bus for it. I voted for Kyle Army, knowing that we weren't going to race there. It was obvious with the choice that we were going to go racing at the Red Bull Ring. Realistically, when it comes to racing, of the 3 tracks that were there, Brands Hatch, I think, was the other one. It's the one that's going to provide the best racing. It kind of is the way the circuit is laid out. Obviously, that short run into turn 1, but the long run up the hill into turn 3, great for overtaking. I think that's going to be one of the things here, Arjun. I think holding track position is going to be so difficult, and it's kind of one of those ones of, I think, by trying to manage it too much, you almost might fall into a bit of a trap, and then you're falling back. It's like, oh, if I sit in this guy's slipstream, well, you're going to be overtaken by a whole host of people. It's going to be very interesting to see who's going to be coming out on top. And that kind of leads me to my next point, which you talk about draft, and sometimes we start talking about fixed setups. But Niels, Assetto Corsa Competizione, it's the only platform which doesn't offer fixed setups. And so, in collaboration with our partners at the SimGrid, who are helping to run this particular event of the championship,
all the teams were given access to Coach Dave Academy and the setups available there. But I'm guessing the best teams will have dialed their cars in just a little bit more for this round.
Yeah, I think if you sell setups, you always make some compromises to make them fit for the masses, kind of. But the esports setups in the end, they go fully aggressive, make the car as hard to drive as far as that's possible in the GT4 we're driving here today. But yeah, you want that tiny bit of extra rotation on entry, in the middle of the corner, on the exit, everywhere. So the car is set up very nervous to get the maximum out of wind in the end.
Lewis, I'm going to cast your mind back to Esports Racing World Cup and the first events that we had all those years ago. Do you remember what doing a Tauscher is?
Yes, I do. Spinning at the final corner whilst leading your team to victory and failing at the final hurdle. Embarrassing, yes. Hilarious, yes. But it was the Unicorns of Love that Mitchell Tauscher was driving for that day, and they did end up coming out victorious against Veloce. Don't worry, mate. You don't have to test my knowledge. I got it all signed, sealed, and delivered.
Just checking. There's been a lot in between that event and now, so I'm some fuzzy memories potentially, but that was such a great way to introduce ourselves to this concept. And the reason I brought that up is because I'll go back to the team element of this, especially once we get into that final. Niels, you kind of said it doesn't change your mindset too much racing in this format, but cast your mind back to when you were in those positions, one-on-one, so 3 drivers against 3 drivers, and knowing that you're not just trying to score points, but if you score penalty points, those take away from your team as well. How do you kind of blend that line between aggression and reliability for your team?
I think in the beginning, in the first couple of races, you're just trying to get through to the next stage, right? Avoid the carnage. Don't get involved in any of the risky stuff. If there's a risky driver side by side, probably if your team is strong, you don't need to kind of go into that fight and risk either getting a penalty or getting crashed out, which would even be worse. So the first couple of rounds, I think people will take care more. Well, let's say the experienced guys in the front, they will take care. They will rather sit in P2 or P5 or whatever and bring that home rather than risking a lot. It's probably going to be more heated towards the back of the grid, where the last couple positions will decide if you actually go through to the next stage. And then as the amount of team gets smaller, then probably the heat goes up a bit.
See some of the chat in both YouTube and Twitch. Do say hello to us. Let us know where you're watching from and again who you're cheering for. But we're getting closer and closer to the start of heat number 1. And I like what Neil said. Most of the action is going to be further back in the field, Lewis. And our race control team is going to be pretty busy taking a look at everything that's going on here at the Red Bull Ring.
Yeah, especially, this is kind of what they're probably sat there being like, oh, we actually wish we were racing at somewhere like Brands, just because as much as it's a little bit tight and twisty, you don't get as many overtakes, which means you don't get as many, door banks. But then you're going to get some, regardless of where we're going to go racing, especially in this style of competition. It's kind of part and parcel of the type of racing that we're just going to get over this competition. Should be very interesting, but Arjuna, we're in position. We're ready to go for the first one.
And so you can see the field rolling their way down through the final quarter. It's going to be Walshingham that will be on pole position for Veloce Thrustmaster. So they strike first. They'll have the Williams sim racing machine of Dominic Blyer directly alongside. And we are all in Chevy Camaro GT4 machines as we get ready to see the start of another ERL campaign. 6 different simulators, all to try and crown the best team in all of sim racing. Let's go from the Red Bull Ring, climb up to turn number 1, and Blyer tucks into line and tries to chop the nose off of Tobias Groneveld. Single file they'll run at the very front of the field, but Lewis, they're stacking up side by side, and a poor run from Jurne Simicic up to turn 3.
Yeah, Jack Keithley is the one directly ahead, certainly one that's not afraid of getting his elbows out here is Keithley. Great start, though, from Walsingham. There's Keithley looking down the inside, trying to get past Caracas. Big look to the inside as he is going to send it, but can't quite make the corner on the outside. That was Caracas. He went out a little bit wide. Tau also in the middle, 3 wide as they run their way down towards Schloss Gold.
And keep an eye on some of the bigger teams a little bit further behind as well. R8G outside of the top 10. We'll have to see if Erhan Yoyovsky can fight his way forward. That was the Viscera car trying to turn in, but just running into the door handle of the Camaro alongside. And so guess what? Jack Keithley scoops up both those positions into the middle sector of the lap and big defensive lunge behind.
Yeah, indeed. It's the RHE car. There was also a little bit of contact forced as Simincic had Yujovski straight down the inside. Big kick of oversteer as well coming in from BS Competition in the middle of all of that pack. Absolute chaos. Will say, give a shout out, by the way, to Gladius Competitions, who do have Seminara, who's up there in the top 10. That'll be a livery that you'll quite like. I know, Arjuna. It's the one that's asymmetrical. You'll very much be a fan of that.
Oh, but now that 76 even more out of sorts. I do love an asymmetric livery. Be careful when you rejoin the track and look at the pogoing going on as we run on board with Sarah Dove in the United Sim Team machine, and directly behind one of the Kawanda drivers. And remember, we were kind of wondering who would take up the mantle of Team Redline as the best in the Esports Racing League. That's not going to help Kawanda. Here comes Sarah Dove straight through up the inside.
Yeah, indeed, solid move there, but Walsingham's the one standing out front and running away from things. Of course, for you as a team at this point in the competition, if things aren't looking so good for you as a team, all your teammates are sat there thinking, well, what do I have to do for Heat 2 and Heat 3? I've got to really step it on up. For those, though, the teammates, of course, at Williams and Veloce and like, they're sat there thinking, right, okay, the pressure's somewhat off. Do remember, of course, the top 6 teams, or top 10 teams rather, progress automatically through into the quarterfinals after the opening 3 heats. We're currently in Heat 1. Way off the road, taking your line there, I think.
Yeah, that's the way that I would. Well, I'd be a bit more off into the gravel if it was me, but that's neither here nor there. Now, again, it's single positions that determine how many points that you get, a point per position, as we jump on board with the Owls Esport team just behind the customs car as it tries to slither up the inside, working through turn 7. Now, track limits are going to be a hot button topic here, given that it's a modern F1 style track. But Assetto Corsa Competizione is what is determining what the drivers are allowed to do. 3 wide, sweeping through turn 9 around the outside, off the track, and we'll try and hold on to at least one of those spots.
Yeah, indeed, not going to be easy to do so. Out a little bit too wide there is Garcia, and that will open up the door to lose yet another position again, unfortunately. So you were talking about a little bit earlier, it's this mid-pack, which is where all the drama really is, where we're seeing those moves. That was a lot of curb being taken there at the opening corner from Garcia, and now is going to be potentially feeling the pressure. Oh, sorry, by Lopez, rather. Potentially going to be feeling the pressure by the time they get up towards turn 3.
So up front, it is still the Veloce Thrustmaster machine that leads the way. Williams Sim Racing tucked in behind, and then Team Nitro 1, 2, and 3. We're only having short races as well, so as much as we enjoy watching this fight right now between the Absolute Motorsport machine, just getting pinched now as it tries to sweep the long way around down at the bottom of what will be turn 4 at Schlossgold. Does just about get it wound down in time, but just overcommitted and now has to try and get back into line and try and switch back. Effectively, Lewis, if you fight this hard in the early stages of a race, you lose track of those in front of you, exactly what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, indeed. Now we'll head up the order, though, as we'll see the 114 there of Sentama, of course, driving in that... What? I don't know if it's another black and red livery, so I don't know how we'll feel about that one, but the Re4X car, and you got all those in behind. We're expecting the likes of McCormack to make the move for Virtus Pro, dragging through Jack Keithley, an old teammate for Darren McCormack as well. Here comes a look to the inside down at T1. Not going to go for it.
Good to see Darren McCormack back on Assetto Corsa Competizione, where he really made his name. Been racing a little bit more recently, of course, on Rennsport, but from starting on a controller on Forza Motorsport to being one of the best in the world of sim racing, it's a story that we will continue to talk about. Looks back up the inside, doesn't quite commit. That's a very good start to this initial event in the Esports Racing League for the team in front of him, which is the... I'm not quite sure how to say it, Lewis, so maybe you can help me out here.
Nah.
The Referox Esports crew?
I mean, look, we're going to be matching up pronunciations all evening long, so if you want any more of that, just strap in for the rest of the season, because if there's one thing me and Arjuna can't do, it's speak, to be honest. But it's definitely names, and that includes team names as well, so don't you worry. Either way, McCormack's actually dropped back into the clutches here of Keithley, and there is a 3-way fight for the race lead between Walsingham, Blyer and Gronewold as well.
but how much will they want to fight, knowing that realistically they've put themselves and their teams, more importantly, in a great position heading into those next two heats. There's only 3 and a bit minutes left onto the clock. So I get the sneaking suspicion that we get, what's it going to be, 4 laps left, 3 laps left to go?
It'll be, I think it'll be 3. Well, no, it will be 3 laps to go at this point. So not too long to go in this race, not too many laps. I think if you're Blyer, you're absolutely right. Like, there's no need to take risk. For you, for Williams, you're kind of doing the job. You know, second position, effectively the 2 points to go with it. Lowest score is the important bit here. That's very, very solid to start. But the victory's right there, isn't it? The victory's right there. Can you turn that side of you off? Bit deep there onto the brakes. Goes Blyer, opened up the door a little bit for Groenewald, but of course returning back into single file action as they have in the fight for 4th position behind. Sentiment being able to keep McCormack, Keithley, Seminari, Yovsky, Davidson, Stableford, the whole train of them all behind.
Looks like Race Control has been relatively quiet so far in this first heat of the season, not just the event, but indeed of the season. So that's hopefully a good sign of things to come. Often in these sort of short races, the brutal nature of the racing also leads to an influx of decisions for Race Control, but hopefully not too much to consider. So 2.5 minutes left to go as the top 3 continue to make their case. McCormack is up now to 4th. Keithley closing on the 1:14 as well. Got to give a shout out to Erhan Yayovsky. I called out he started outside of the top 10, worked his way forward to 8th.
Yeah, and this is one sometimes where it's like very interesting, because I would say that for drivers the likes of Yayovsky, the likes of Simincic, who are more favoured outside of ACC, this is certainly not their favoured platform. Even though they are quality drivers, this is not their favoured platform on ACC. You're expecting Yayovsky to go far better when we get onto Rennsport later on the season. Even when we go onto LMU, who's got a lot of RFAX 2 experience, same with the likes of Simincic, and we're expecting those to go stronger over on those platforms. So for me, if I'm Yayovsky, yeah, you're starting out in a solid stead, but you're still giving your teammates in Tobin and Chinchik a lot of work. There comes a look to the inside from Blyer. Can he do it?
That was a bit more aggressive than I think either of Lewis and myself were expecting. Now, does Groenewald try and take advantage in the Team Nitro machine? He'll look to the inside and still gets a bit of the draft of the Veloce Thrustmaster leading Camaro, but not close enough to have another look behind. Now, is that Jack Keithley getting aggressive in his charge for 5th position? A great start to the day for TC Esports.
Yeah, big send down the inside, and unfortunately putting end to what have been a brilliant start to the season for Sentiment. And unfortunately, well, I say unfortunately as if I'm not a Jack Keithley fan. Yeah, I'm all right with Jack Keithley. Oh, and Yovsky gets into the rear end of Sentiment, and that's going to drop him right the way backwards in the Referix car. And oh, it's gotten very bad there. I wonder if that's not some form of technical problem there. I wonder if that's maybe, I don't know, knocked the wheel off the stand or something. Something very odd's happened there.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. It did look as though the Samantha Tan Racing 138 Luciano Whitvet had to take off into the gravel. We'll see if that cost him and if he lost out to Jurne Simincic as we cycle back around, white flag in hand, and Walshingham is 1 lap away from grabbing the inaugural win in the return of the Esports Racing League.
Yeah, which for Veloce, a team which we've seen, you know, race at a fairly high level in this competition. In fact, actually, going back to that Esports World Cup that you were talking about there, Unicorns of Love versus Veloce in that finale around the mountain, of course, at Mount Panorama. Of course, coming up second best to the Unicorns of Love, but of course, focusing here in the Esports Race League, it would be a very good start for Walsingham. I think the flashing of the lights from Blyer, by the way, of the previous attempt, I don't think it was an actual proper attempt. I think he might have missed a breaking point or something like that. He was flashing lights basically say, get back online. Let's you know, set in the good lap times, and certainly what's been done basically.
And recognizing again that very good position for the team heading off into those 2nd and 3rd heats. Only the top 2 results from each team will count to determining which teams advance directly into the quarterfinals. Looking further behind, Simincic did indeed make his way up into the top 10. Drago Racing, they may be ones to watch. Very much an iRacing team by their nature, but Ate Kaupanen has just bullied Luciano Whitvet and Jurne Simincic, who's gone for a spin on the final lap.
That was pretty poor, and it's still kicking off behind. But here we go, Arjun. A fantastic drive from Aidan Walsingham.
Pole to victory, but with the pressure building through 10 minutes of competition, it's Veloce Thrustmaster. It's Aidan Walsingham, the first winner in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts.
Brilliant drive. Brilliantly put together from the Veloce team, and brilliantly dealt with the pressure behind. The rest of them will have their drag races. Luciano Vitford just about coming out on top ahead of Grantas Caracas, who I think you could argue maybe had a bit of a disappointing race there. I think was thrown about just a touch during that race, as we saw from quite a few. As much as things for race control were maybe quiet over the opening few laps there, I get the feeling as the race was going on, it wasn't quite as calm. And as the evening's going to go on, Arjuna, it certainly won't continue that way, I'm sure.
And I can tell you already the first penalty points of the season have been applied to World Sim Racing for contact with BS Plus competition. So our team at Race Control delving into all of those incidents, Niels, from what was a pretty interesting opening race of the season, albeit not at the front, more in the mid and the rear pack of the field.
Yeah, I noticed a few things just watching from the other side, pretty much. Which is, of course, you see some guys that have the experience on that game, but you see some of the other people who, even if they prepared a lot, so they learned how to drive in that game, they now know how the setup works, but there's so much more you can learn about a game. For example, just how sensitive the netcode is, for example, and how the car contact works, which, of course, in competitive grids becomes very important. So people coming from iRacing, they're probably much more cautious going into fights. People coming from, I don't know how tolerant LMU is, but I think it's fairly lenient. Then you go to ACC and you don't really know what you have to expect going into the race. So you try some argy-bargy in the corner there, and suddenly you notice, oh, that's affecting me much more than I thought, and it's spinning my car around. And I saw quite a few of these situations where people were trying to, well, this is what works in race room. We always did that. Especially Keithley would be a guy who's very prone to just banging doors a tiny bit, and doesn't work quite as well in this game. And what we also saw is when you pick fights, it can kind of go from bad to worse very quickly. We saw Santema there in P5 early on until the second to last lap or so, and then he kind of lost momentum there for a second, was attacked, and then there were two other wolves coming right for him, and it kind of seemed like he got out of his groove there a bit, and then went from 5 to, what was it, 17 or something in a matter of seconds. So this is where you need to keep a calm head, so to say, and then just save the position you can still get realistically, even if it's not the one you wanted.
I'll slightly stand up for Santema and just say that Race Control is investigating how Dara McCormack initially made his way past, so maybe there was a bit more to that story. But Lewis, I'm going to pick up on one thing Neil said about the netcode, and then what Ate Kauppinen decided to do on that final lap with the absolute send into the middle sector. Yeah,
we kind of saw a bit of that actually throughout the race. The attempted move into turn 5, which I think we saw it from Yovsky a little bit earlier on. Obviously, like you say, we saw it there with Ate Kauppinen. A couple of drivers trying that. Now, I'm kind of wondering, if you're a driver in, say, for example, races 2 and 3, even if you have a little bit of ACC experience, it's probably more of a question actually for you, Niels. If you're in races 2 and 3, are you kind of paying attention to race 1, not necessarily just in how the racing's unfolding, but what some people are maybe less experienced doing, i.e. the attempt or whatnot into turn 5, where it's more of like bumping the rear end and causing a spin?
People probably should, but realistically, I don't think they do.
Right. Classic.
Racing drivers, give them an inch, they'll try and take a yard, right? That's how it tends to go. I'm not sure exactly how long we have to wait for Race Control to finish up their investigations, but we do have 2 more of these heats before we dive into the second chance race. If you're just joining us for the ERL powered by Nitro Concepts, out of these heat races, 10 teams will advance directly to our quarterfinals. We'll find 2 more of the teams headed out of that second chance race. And let's take a look at the entries for that second heat. Who exactly is going to be heading out there onto track? And already some names stand out to me, the likes of the Marcel Chinchiks, but potentially as well the likes of Bastian Richter, Tinko van der Velde, who here on Assetto Corsa Competizione, Niels, could be expected to be a bit stronger maybe than the rest of this field.
Yeah, again, a few guys here on the grid who have reasonable experience in ACC, as you say. Van de Velde, certainly one of them, with a LFM Pro Series title in his bag. Bastian Richter, always one of the very fastest. He doesn't actually do too much races because he's quite busy with work, I know, but when he shows up to a race, he's hyper prepared. Certainly one of the guys to look out for. Wojtek Fiala, I also see one of the fastest, certainly on the game. Dario Iemulo, important. It's an I, not an L in the beginning. I always wanted to have that chance to correct that long-standing error with his name. He's always furious about it. Tommy Rosera, a very fast guy as well there. So looks packed again.
That's just the nature of the Esports Racing League. We never really have a field where we're going to know for sure exactly who is going to come out on top. But Lewis, here we go, ready to go for the second heat of the day.
Yeah, I believe we're on board with the TC Esports driver of Abel Torres, of course, is I think it's probably one of the youngest drivers on the grid. It actually always frustrates me about Abel Torres, but still plenty rapid enough. You can see them all getting themselves into position and getting ready to go. And Argentina, it is Tinko van der Velde on pole position, so it is kind of a perfect opportunity for Williams to basically book their place straight away into the quarterfinals, right?
Yeah, if they finish up inside of even the top 5, they would feel pretty confident they're going straight through to the quarterfinals. Going to be interesting alongside now. Is that one of the Gladius competition machines, Lewis, that will try in that asymmetric livery to put the pressure on to turn 1?
Yeah, exactly. And after having a solid result for Gladius Competitions in the previous race, like you say, getting a couple of solid results onto the board is critical. Over the 3 heats, it is the team's best 2 results, which effectively decide across the entirety of the evening as to who's going through straight into the quarterfinals or who's going to have to be booking their place in the last chance qualifiers, the sudden death that will be. They are in position with Tinko van der Velde ready to go. Fresh off of Williams finishing in 2nd position in the previous race. So a solid result here for van der Velde, and it will all be set and sorted. But a couple of hungry drivers behind, the likes of Wojtek Fiala, the likes of Marcel Cinchig, hey, even the likes of Bastian Richter, ready to go for 10 more minutes around the Red Bull Ring here in Spielberg. Lomi will look to the inside going into the first corner. It was a great start by Walsingham in the previous race from pole position. And once again from Tinko van der Velde, it is a great start and a great run into the first corner. Bit of a look down the inside from Lomi and a drive-through already on the race start coming in from Marcel Cinchig. A potential jump start there as we'll ride on board a little bit further down the order with Rubelar trying to find a way through. Mulo just ahead, again, looking for a solid position after Walsingham's fantastic victory in the previous race.
And that drive-through cleared. Race control will reinvestigate and reapply if necessary. Ooh. But Bargy up through the top of turn 3. The Team Nitro GT4 car bobbles back onto the surface, but now alongside of not Marcel Cinchig, who's 3 wide, slightly further behind, instead with a rocket of a start from slightly further behind from one of the teams.
Yeah, I believe the Dorban came in from Wojtek Fiala straight down the inside. We got Mauro Rodriguez here dropping down the order. Thought Vaseline had been poured over that lens, but no, it's all cleared up now as we'll work our way into the middle of the sector. Bastian Richter dropping back then into 4th position. 5th position. I did think it was Rosera, of course, who was the one who worked up the order. Great start to move up into the top 4. Potentially set sights on Wojtek Fiala, who might be under investigation there for the door bang at turn 3.
Yeah, and you know, race control still working through some of the decisions from the first heat, Lewis. So I get the sneaking suspicion we'll get through all 3 heats and maybe have a couple of decisions still waiting to be filtered out. And so for some of these teams, and specifically their team managers, there's a little bit of argy-bargy down through the final corner. They need to be in the ears of the driver and say, keep it clean. We don't know where we really stand. It may come down to single points to get directly into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, exactly. Also had the WSR Esports team car that was also in a little bit of contact in there. So Alexander Davidson. There was also the BS competition car that was thrown down the order. So not 100% sure. So I said it was Davidson. It obviously isn't. It was Jake Blackwell. He's behind the wheel of that car at the moment. So it's started out a little bit more argy-bargy, I think, here in Heat 2 than it was in Heat 1. Heat 1 actually started out relatively calmly. This one, less so.
Yeah, I guess there's, maybe a little bit more nerves going into that first seat, and that's kind of settled down at this point. Elliot Veyron with a decent run forward. Oh my goodness, Jake Blackwell sends it up the inside in the World Sim Racing car and just about gets it stopped in time to make the move on Stan Vliestra.
That was a great move, so aggressive to have done so, and to be fair, not too far behind is also the BS competition car. René Talbot did a bit more contact there at turn 5. We've seen that one a couple of times in Heat 1, that brush against the rear end going through turn 5. I think Niels was absolutely spot on, whilst the drivers should have been paying attention to Heat 1 to see what was going on. I don't think any of them have here, Arjuna. There is what happened to René Talbot. A little bit of contact between himself and WSR Esports driver.
And, well, one thing that you'll notice when we go back to the live pictures, look on the left side of the screen. On that timing tower is once again World Sim Racing and BS banging off one another, this time with the ERA machine tripping over them as well. Blackwell's got a lot of ping relative to the rest of his competition, and I don't think he's driving with that awareness right now, and has to try and be a little bit cleaner. That's RAG around down at turn 1.
Marcel Chinchik has been spun round at T1 then. So Erhan Yovsky did a solid result in the previous race, but this time it's not going to work out so well. Potential contact either with Richter, with Rubelat. Let's have a little look. I think it's Bastian Richter who's looking to the inside potentially here. Backs out of it. See how it happens. Just got really checked up in all that. Really checked up in the middle of that pack and just sent round. The problem is you have nowhere to go forward, but then the car's right. It's one of those tricky concertina incidents, really.
Did the right thing of not rejoining as the rest of the cars were flying through that first corner, though, as we continue to pick up the door banging. They haven't learned their lesson yet. Towards turn 6, big defensive look from Visceral, maybe a bit overly defensive if you ask me, from Alif, and now opens the door not just for TC to slip on through, but here goes Veloce Thrustmaster. Can Veyron charge through as well? He started down at 18th spot.
Yeah, Elliot Veyron for Commander Esports, one that we know will potentially go well a little bit later on in the season when we go racing out there on iRacing. Of course, that's where the specialisation really kind of comes in for some of these drivers. Now taps the rear end, a little bit of a leaf. We'll have to let him rejoin as they head into the final corner. But of course, when doing so, he's going to be worried about being tapped to the rear end himself going into that final turn. Alif all over the road on the exit of the final corner, on the race up towards T1, taking a slightly half-hearted defensive line. Veyron's going to back out of it here. We'll have to find the apex and maybe go on the attack into turn 3.
And often, Lewis, I guess those that do race ACC would be more familiar with GT3 cars. So this is also a talking point. The fact that GT4 is a little less downforce and much more reliant on mechanical grip. Could that be a factor here as Veyron tries to switch back to the inside and just above shoves it through as well? Great move, but Veloce Thrustmaster, getting all sorts of bottled up off the corner and almost running into the car that now makes the move on them.
Yes, indeed. That's some quality commentary from you, two-time VCA Simi award-winning commentator. Oh, a bit of contact there on the rear end. Elliot Veyron being tapped slightly by a leaf, straight down the inside and the up and under. Gudano's going to go. They're going to go side by side towards turn 5. We've seen plenty of contact into this corner so far this evening. We're going to see some more though. Straight off the road, absolutely punted off was Vliestra. So there's definitely been something happening in this mid-pack, and Race Control will not be happy about it one bit.
And it's starting to get a bit silly, if we're being honest as well. I mean, right there, maybe a bit too aggressive with the pinch from Gadella in the GTS 92 machine. Remember, Lewis, yes, these are 10-minute races, but to finish first you must finish. And a lot of drivers seem to be forgetting that right now and just going pedal to the metal and go, 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 go.
Yeah, which, to be fair, again, see, I used to be, a couple of years ago, I'd be like avidly against it, but now I'm here for the banter, mate. I'm here for the full Race Controller. Race Controller here to probably pull their hair out after some of the stuff and see. I think this is great. It's highly entertaining, seeing a lot of the attempted moves in that mid part of the circuit. Don't get me wrong, we want to see some side-by-side action, but you are quite right. Some of these drivers racing in GT4s potentially, realistically, this kind of level for the first time in GT4 racing. But GT4s do provide some good racing, some great opportunities to overtake. I distinctly... Oh, as René Talbot's been sent round. My goodness, he's definitely been tapped there at turn 3. Well, I was going to say, I distinctly remember some excellent racing between Darren McCormack and our very own Niels Niox at Paul Ricard a few years ago. I think they were side by side pretty much for an entire hour around that circuit on that day.
these drivers couldn't even think about being side by side for about 5 minutes based on the evidence that we've been seeing. I mean, just look at that right there, pushing them off the corner. And maybe this is what Niels was referring to as well, not understanding what the games will allow, although that's just Elliot Veyron running into the back of Rainer Talbot. It doesn't matter if that's iRacing or ACC, that's causing contact.
Yeah, indeed. There's a little bit going on there in the mid. But like I say, Race Control's going to be busy after this one, that's for sure. Hopefully they've all sorted everything from Heat 1 because they're going to have a long day ahead of them for Heat 2. I agree with what you were saying earlier. I think we're going to get to the end of Heat 3 and then we're going to have a bit of a breather whilst Race Control try and figure everything out before we go into the last chance because, of course, points-wise, we need to make sure that everything's right before we go into that. One thing I would say, though, when it comes to points, I'd say that we're starting to look at a few teams which are already basically in position to go through into the quarterfinals straight away. They're going to be part of that 10 team. Williams, certainly one of them. With second place the previous race and now in first for Van der Velde. I'd say Gladius Competitions as well. They're probably not far off that. Wojtek Fiala and Darren McCormack, they've done a good effort in the previous couple of races. We've got side-by-side here for the race leaders. Marco Lomi wants to take over the race lead from Tinko Van der Velde. Slightly less calm first to second as it was in Heat 1. Would also... I was going to chuck in Ayamulo, but he's down in 12th position. I'm actually not going to scratch out Veloce, but I think they've got a little bit of work to do in Heat 3.
Not comfortable by any means. I think you are correct there. This is my first time, by the way, seeing Marco Lomi in action. I've got to say I'm very, very impressed by the way that he is positioning that car. It's not always about the aggressiveness, although he misses the apex there down at turn 6. That will not be ideal and does open the door for Virtus Pro and for Fiala to try and put that pressure back on, as now a couple car lengths build up as we cycle towards what will be the white flag. 1 lap left to go.
Yeah, one final run, about 90-odd seconds around this circuit, and that's plenty of time for at least a couple of sends, Arjuna. Wojtek Fiala sat in third position. Realistically, with third, and I can't remember where it was for Darren McCormack, was it fourth position? I know he was under investigation. We might receive a couple of penalty points, wouldn't see the overtake. But there is potential for Virtus Pro to be in a solid position as well, to be in that top 10. We look backwards from Gladius Competitions to the rear end, of course. You can see Fiala, you can see Rezer, you can see Richter as well closing into the mix. Is there going to be any moves, or are they just going to take the top 5, I wonder?
I would hope they take the top 5 just to keep our lives a little bit simple, but that's not seeming to be the case, as a long way around the outside if Team Nitro can get it done. Not quite. One team, Lewis, that I am quite shocked at how their first 2 races have gone, and I'm not placing the blame on the driver. I think this is just the craziness and the physical nature of the races so far. R8G, Marcel Chinchik's down in 20th. It wasn't much better for Erhan Yayovski.
Yeah, indeed. So R8G are going to be slightly up against it heading into the third race. Yuri Tobin with a lot of work to do. I think we are going to see a nice little single file train up towards the checkered flag here for Tinko Van der Velde. And for Williams, it's been a very solid start.
Absolutely. I mean, what more could you ask for, Lewis? Second and first? You could ask for first and first, but that would be asking for a bit too much. Maybe being a little bit greedy, and Van der Velde has done a great job with Lomi behind, doing a stellar job of putting the pressure on.
It does mean that when they pass it over to Don Plyer for race 3, things are going to be much easier. You never know, they might be a firm favourite to move through not only to the quarterfinals, but hey, maybe even into the finals later on. Is a second race done here in the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts, and it is a race victory for Tinko Van der Velde. Second and first position for the Williams Sim Racing team. Lomi for Gladius Competition up into second position, and Wojtek Fiala for Virtus Pro will round out the podium. There was a little bit of side-by-side going on. That final sector as Rezer was looking at the outside at the penultimate turn. Marcel Chinchik's made a bit of progress on the final lap to go from 20th to 16th. That's pretty solid, and the R8G team most certainly will need it.
Every point is going to matter, I firmly believe, down at the back of the field. Heard there was a technical issue for the United Sim Team 147 that saw the aspect ratio actually change for Sophie, so that would have been a weird one to drive with. But Niels, a lot more physical aggression in the second heat of the evening.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here now is that with the races being in such quick succession, also the team managers come into play here, who are trying to keep an overview how the point standing is in real time, kinda, and that just leaves probably a bit of uncertainty, even with a penalty still outstanding from the first heat. And you could see that some of the faster guys who didn't have the greatest qualifying or the greatest start and fell back a bit in the first lap, they started to get nervous. And I think this is what we were seeing around P10 and behind that a little bit, where everybody was like, well, this is a tricky position probably. We should take some risk here. And there was probably 5 to 6 cars in that bunch that had the same thought and uncertainty there, and trying to, get out on top. And if everybody tries that, we are seeing exactly what we did, where they are starting to fight, starting making difficult choices, and several people who were starting or were already in a good position from their recovery drive from a bad first lap, it went all wrong again. For example, I think we saw, as far as I could follow, there was Reina Talva from BS competition who didn't have the greatest qualifying and start, but then due to other issues from other cars and teams, he was closing into the top 10 or something, but then it went all wrong again. So the emotions going up and down there surely for him. And I think a similar experience was for Dario, who I thought would be qualifying much further ahead for Valacha there, came from the back of the grid, but kept the calm head and finished P11 in the end. So still bringing a lot of points.
Niels is learning the ways of the curse of the commentator. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with one of our drivers. Winner in Heat 1 for Veloce Thrustmaster. I believe we have Aidan Walshingham with us. Aidan, first off, congratulations. The first race winner in the 2025 ERL powered by Nitro Concepts. How was it feeling? Pole position and then lights the flag victory, but not as simple as that, right?
Yeah, it's well, firstly, thank you very much, and thanks to Org for putting this on again this year. But yeah, pretty challenging race. It's the cliche thing of making sure I hit my marks and not mess anything up with what's within my control. From what we saw in the first lap, it's pretty hard to pull alongside unless the leading car makes a mistake. So I did just that for the most part for the whole race, which was very hard work. But trusted Blyer wasn't going to make any risky moves. And I think it was Gronewald as well, sat behind us, keeping it clean. So, no, good fun, good challenge. And yeah, looking forward to the future races.
And this format kind of seems right up your alley. I know that you started on Live for Speed 13 years ago, keyboard and mouse. What other platforms do you think you're going to be strong in outside of Assetto Corsa Competizione?
I hope iRacing and Le Mans Ultimate. I've got enough hours on both of those sims throughout this year, whilst ACC's been a little bit quieter. So, yeah, hopefully I can stretch across those other platforms and also put in some good results for the team.
Congratulations on the win. Hope that we talk to you a bit later on in the evening.
Thank you so much.
So that was winner of our first heat. I'm hoping that we'll get a chance to talk to our Heat 2 and 3 winners as well, and just to get their perspectives. Lewis, what was the first sim that you remember playing?
Oh, straight up, Half-Factor 1. I can even tell you the date of my first race, Arduino. That's how nerdy I am and into stats. I can tell you who took me out in my second ever race. I still remember everything.
What about you, Niels? What was your first sim?
Actually, also Live for Speed, so I smiled secretly when Aiden mentioned it. But I have another 10 years on it.
Did you start with keyboard and mouse as well?
Actually, no. I think I started on a steering wheel already when I was 8.
Whoa.
Which was a gift, but I think my father just wanted to race for himself.
Seems like the appropriate way to do it. Don't see that we have Tinko van der Velde standing by just yet, so I think instead we're going to get ready to go for Heat 3. And I have already been told that Race Control is working through the backlog, so just to give everyone a heads up, might have a bit of a break between Heats 3 and that second chance race getting underway, because like you said, Lewis, the points have got to be totaled up and we've got to have some certainty about who's got to go racing to save their spot in this first event of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. There will be, it's kind of one of those ones. It matters less for some of those teams, like for example, like Williams, who have finished first and second, where they're basically almost certainly going through into the top 10 unless Dominic Bly does some horrific things in the third heat. Because do remember, as much as effectively they're through with first and second, if Dominic Blyer was to pick up a load of penalty points in here, that does take away from the team's points tally, even though effectively his points won't. If you follow my logic, points apply across all 3 drivers. Meanwhile, of course, it's just the top 2 results that count. Here we go. Here's the points as they stand.
And only a couple of penalties reflected, a total of 8 of those penalty points. Lower number is good in this case, and you can see the green, 10 teams to the good, Visceral on the bubble, and 1 point separates them from GTS 92. So effectively, Niels, that means if GTS 92 can get 2 more points than Visceral in this final heat, and, you know, other things being in play as well. Now that Heat 3 column is filled in, I've just realized, so maybe throw what I've just said out the door.
Well, I've faith in Justin driving now for Visceral. He's also one of the very fast guys in ACC, so I'm putting him in the top 3 in this race, so Visceral should be clear.
Like the confidence from Niels, again, learning the way of...
Just putting the pressure on.
you say it's putting the pressure on. I say it's the curse of the commentator. Lewis says that doesn't exist, though.
There's no such thing. There's absolutely no such thing as the curse of the commentator. It's total rubbish made up by drivers who have had some bad luck and they want someone to blame, and that's fine. But it's not me.
So you say that, Lewis, but my first ever race doing Mustang Challenge, I cursed someone, and John Heindorf immediately called me out on it. Arjuna, you're learning the way of the curse of the commentator. It's a real thing, Lewis.
Nah, look. If someone's gonna bin it, they're gonna bin it. If someone's gonna have an engine failure, they're gonna have an engine failure. Doesn't matter. Well, I have no stake in this, so it's fine. We're waffling, Arjuna, because we should be talking about the entry list for race 3, which is obviously coming up in a few moments' time.
Absolutely, and I was just trying to do some rough math to figure out who was mathematically out of contention already to go directly into the second chance race, or rather into the quarterfinals. There are a few teams that know they are staring down that second chance race, but looking at these names, again, there's a whole bunch that stand out to me. But Niels, as the ACC expert, who should we be looking for in Heat 3?
Well, it depends what we're really looking at. I don't think we're caring for the front top 5 positions anymore, which all the teams there still have filed proper drivers, so they probably didn't even have to think about who their kind of best horse is, so who they're putting in the first or second race. I don't think any team wants to leave it to the third race to decide to go through, so they've probably filed their what they perceive to be their more confident drivers in ACC in the first 2 races. And the teams that are on the verge now, they're putting a lot of pressure on the driver who they perhaps thought wouldn't be quite ready to deliver an ACC, so it gets even harder.
That's an interesting way of thinking about it, because Lewis, yes, I see the benefit of having your strongest 2 drivers go out first, but I can also see the benefit of saving one of your strong drivers for that third and final heat, just in case you need a little bit of protection, I think is the word I'm looking for.
I completely agree. I think there's obviously 2 very different mindsets of how you do it. But if you expect all the teams to field their strongest 2 drivers first, why not put your strongest driver in last? Because you're effectively thinking, right, your strongest driver is then effectively going to come across a weak field, at which point there's maybe more pressure on because they actually have to deliver, but you're in a solid position where the likelihood of you coming away with a decent result from the third race is quite high, especially if it's been reduced in pressure from the first 2 races. Who knows? All I know, Arjuna, is that if race 1 and race 2 are going to go by, turn 5 is about to see some contact.
Oh, I think everything should be interesting in this third and final heat of the day. Mitchie Tauscher is going to be up front, and with his former teammate directly behind him, Tobias Pfeffer. So there's plenty of history between the 2 of them as teammates in this Esports Racing League. Visceral alongside on the front row, hoping to stamp their way directly through to the quarterfinals. As 2x2 we roll across the start-finish line and get ready to go for the third 10-minute heat of the Esports Racing League, powered by Team Nitro, opening event of the season. Another drive-through from a jump potentially further behind, but a challenge up the inside for the first time today. Out wide goes Mitchie Tauscher. Out wide goes Tobias Pfeffer as well, as he's pushed off the track and now running to turn 3, already lost out to the ERA machine. Charlie Crossland's got third.
Yeah, I expect Crossland to go pretty strong here. No, he's a fast driver, and he's obviously very competent on this platform. There's a look to the outside, bit of contact there for the race lead. Tauscher was fending off the Visceral car there as they were going through the opening couple of corners. Opened up the door for the ERA of Charlie Crossland to maybe take second position by the time we get down to Discharge Gold. Another great performance here coming in from Gladius, as Magnini going side by side with Statsenko. There's some more contact, and Charlie Crossland is through in a second.
A little bit of assistance, yes, but he's made it work, and the Virtus Pro machine, I think that is, slotted through as well. So that will be Statsenko now up to third. We sit on board with Nikitin Wisniewski riding up the back bumper of Gladius Competitions. You could see the rear end get a little bit light as he just carved the car through the first of the double left-handers and now get that run down to the final couple of corners here. Statsenko gonna feel the pressure from Mangiani in the Gladius Competitions 23, who gets onto the brake and now has to watch the outside, Lewis, the move from Wisniewski.
Yeah, he's trying the up and under here. Proper touring car driver sometimes. I say touring car driver is good in anything, basically. But he's a little bit aggressive in anything. Again, I still maintain there was a championship a few years back. He caused the largest crash I've ever seen at Monza by trying to make it 4 wide. Wasn't the best move. Was hilarious, though, to look back at. BS Competition need a good result here. At present, they finished in 15th and 17th position. They are currently 16th in the standings. The top 10 are the only ones that automatically go through into the quarterfinals. So we need a good result from BS Competition here, and I don't think 7th place might not be good enough. I mean, you're probably going to need a little more than that, maybe a top 5, and I'm sure Felix van Delft will be in the ear of Nikitin Wisniewski saying more. We need more right now.
I agree with you. Also, a shout out behind Thibaut Courtois. They have had a very impressive start in those first 2 heats, and Koke Lopez, who's maybe a bit more known for his Gran Turismo speed, that'll be a team to watch out for when we go racing on the consoles later on this season. He's up in the top 10 and continuing a good charge for the black on gold. We sit on board with him, I think 3-time Gran Turismo Series world champion back in his competitive days on the console. And now on Assetto Corsa Competizione, transitioning over very nicely. All things considered, Lewis, a much cleaner start to Heat 3 than what we saw in Heat 2.
I'm devastated. Race controls on those, that's fine. I'll allow it. No, Koke Lopez, the TC Esports team, actually doing really well. Completely agree. Obviously, they're currently 6th in the standings. 5th and 7th position is where they have finished thus far. We ride on board with Veloce Esports, of course, have been victorious already this evening. It was in the opening race, courtesy of Walsingham. Big slide coming in from Sean Arnold there, and there could be moaning down the inside on the run of the start-finish straight. I wonder if there might have been a touch of contact between Arnold and moaning there onto that start-finish straight. Arnold with a look to the outside going into that first corner. Should be able to hold firm with the advantage on the outside.
Yeah, you could just see off the corner, able to put the power down, and the Samantha Tan Racing Esports 39 just sits in the tow. Another team after a couple of up and down races in Heat 1 and 2, hoping to just stack some points onto the board and position them slightly better. If you're just joining us, qualifying for all of the heats happened before we even went live. They all happened at the same time. That's why you didn't see these drivers go out and qualify. They did, Lewis, still have to go and set the grid for each of these heats. So every time these drivers get into a race, they have that pressure of not just needing to race well, but needing to qualify well as well.
I think, qualifying right at the start of the evening, I think it is actually really important. Because it sets the tone for how things are going to go, especially if you have to sit in that for a little while, being like, right, well, how am I actually going to unfold? How am I going to get through this race? You've got a lot of time to think about it between qualifying and the race, and it is one of those difficult things that some drivers are good at, some drivers are really not good at, and that's where qualifying. Sometimes it's almost not focused on enough. It used to be back in there. Everyone was talking about who's good in the race, who's good in the qualifying, and all this, that, and the other, and you would do a billion race laps, not quite a billion, but a couple short of it. You do all those race laps because you want to be prepared for the race, because the race is the important bit, the race this, the race that, and everyone will forget about qualifying. And then someone will qualify quite well, and not do that many laps in the race, but they've already qualified quite well, so they're in a solid position to kind of come through it anyway. That's why I think qualifying is super important. Getting a little bit racy here in the battle for second position. Stephen Rauch going down the inside there of Charlie Cross at the opening corner, and also has a little bit of a look to the inside coming in from Tobias Pfeffer in the Williamson racing car. Whoa, we're switching up all over the place into turn 3.
I was not a fan of how Crossland just basically ignored turn 1, just decided that, you know what, I'm going to go all the way to the outside, get my foot to the floor. Also wasn't thrilled with how Steuben Rauch slammed the door shut on Pfeffer, sweeping up to turn 3, and it is starting to get a little bit overly intense. Here comes Wisniewski, pushes his way down at the bottom of Schloss Gold and grabs 5th spot away, doing exactly what BS Plus need from him. Now, does he try and grab Pfeffer straight away as well? Thinks about it, thinks better of it.
And just remember, you do definitely want to be in the top 10 teams, right? Because if you're in one of those top 10 teams, you move straight through into the quarterfinals. Those that aren't in the top 10 teams will go through into the last chance qualifier. Now, that will see 13 teams pitted against each other with one driver per team, and that only 2 teams from those 13 will move through into the quarterfinals. Your chances are far greater, they're near enough 50-50, basically, moving through this part of the competition. You go into the next part of the competition, not so high to move through into those quarterfinals. So it's one of those ones you've really got to capitalise. Wisniewski's feeling that here after 2 fairly mediocre results from the BS competition team with 15th and 17th. He knows really kind of needs to be aiming for that podium, really.
And it gets a bit more tricky for us to do the math as commentators, A, because we're not good at that, B, because it's the best 2 results rather than all 3 totted up together. So it's a little bit more that goes into that sum. Now, sum of 2 cars up to turn 3, does it end cleanly? Space is left on the outside there. Driving off the exit curb goes Charlie Crossland, putting the power down in the Rafa ERL Esports by EMM number 41. Oh, still a bit more banging as they work down to Schlossgold. Stubenrauk wants that second place back, Lewis, and now the gap up to Mitji Chausler has grown significantly enough. He'll have 2 laps to try and hold on to the spot as he finally gets it done on the exit of Schlossgold.
Let's just hope that Mitji Chausler doesn't decide to power slide out of the final corner and we'll all be good to go. Obviously dominating at the moment, running away from the rest of the field as they all continue to fight. And look at this pack that has grown in the fight for second position. You've got Stubenrauk there ahead of Crossland, ahead of Pfeffer, Wisniewski, Statsenko, Lopez. I think Magnini's still also a part of the fight. Maybe Sean Arnold a little bit off the rear end in the Veloce Thrustmaster car. There's defensive line coming in. Stubenrauk just basically kind of moving over one way. As you say, you're not coming down the inside here at the final turn. These two have been a bit aggressive on each other so far this evening, and they're going to continue this. For Charlie Crossland, though, the team's 19th in the points, 14th and 20th position for the Rafa ERL Esports by EMM. Like, they kind of need a good result here.
Absolutely. We'll get confirmation of the points before we head off into that second chance race. We'll show you that breakdown to see how it ended up playing out, and that will be a story that we repeat in a couple of weeks' time when we make our way over to Le Mans Ultimate, which will host the second round of the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts. They stay single file, at least this time up to turn 3, but I think they're all getting a little bit antsy at this point. Look how close they are to one another as well. That's a train about 10 cars deep, as the first moment of side-by-side is just outside of the top 10, I think.
Yeah, now let me just clarify, because I know a lot of people will be like saying, well, this team needs a good result. All teams need a good result. Not necessarily at this point in the competition, because we've got side-by-side here between Charlie Crossland and Tobias Pfeffer. Tobias Pfeffer for Williams Sim Racing. For Williams Sim Racing, yeah, doesn't need a good result here. Basically, just needs to settle in the position. Doesn't need to pick up any major penalty points. Doesn't need to really pick up any major points. The team's work is already done. The BS competition must make up those spots. For Virtus Pro, not really that much of a priority, nor with TC Esports. As much as TC Esports, they're 6th position. Virtus Pro, they're 4th in the points coming into this. Williams are number 1 coming into this race. Gladius, they're 3rd in the points coming into this race. These teams don't really need good results, but it's helpful to take some points off of other teams like this competition that you might be seeing strong later on in the evening. Very complicated, very hard to keep track of, and to be fair, that's where sometimes it's easier to ignore the points and just go for it.
And so there might be some of the drivers in this race that are doing their final lap in this first round of the Esports Racing League, because only one driver will represent a team in the second chance race, and remember, only 2 make their way forward from that. The clock strikes 0. We're on the final lap of the race. Will there be a move from Nikitin Wisniewski? Shapes up first to the inside. Now we'll try the crossback. Barges into the rear end of Charlie Crossland, forces him off the track, who rejoins directly into the path. A little bit close, but holds on to 3rd.
Yeah, but this is kind of what like Charlie Crossland coming back on there was maybe a little bit aggressive, but Wisniewski could never really have made that overtake after punting Crossland off the road. It's kind of one of those ones of like a little bit aggressive from both sides, but Crossland has to rejoin somewhere. Wisniewski was into the rear end, can't take advantage of that. Otherwise, you're definitely going to be getting a slap on the wrist from race control. At the moment, Crossland's hanging on to 3rd position quite nicely. Will be scoring some much needed points. Not sure it will be enough for the ERL Esports, but although to be fair, it might be. It's going to be very close on that cutoff, let me tell you that.
and that's why I'm staying away from trying to do the math and just waiting for the end, because we are only a couple of corners away. Does Nikitin Wisniewski have a chance to grab that third and final step on the podium in this third heat? Well, he's a country mile behind Michi Tauscher, who descends out of the final corner, still has his traction control on, and powers to the line. The first win for Team Nitro in the ERL, powered by Nitro Concepts in 2025. Hugenrath second for Visceral, Crossland third, he holds on, and Nikitin Wisniewski gets the points onto the board for the Zebras.
So, important points in all of that, of course, being scored and picked up. Our racing number here, Arjuna going to cross the line down in 20th position. Bitter disappointment for R8G, who most certainly will be taking, I say most certainly, they're in 9th position on the points coming into this. I think realistically they're going into the last chance qualifier with that one.
Which is a big name to drop into that second chance qualifier at the start of this Esports Racing League campaign. Niels, a little bit cleaner in that third heat than heat 2, but there was still a little bit of intensity as the drivers just continue to get more assimilated with the competition.
I think there was still this uncertainty going on probably for a couple guys, knowing where they really needed to finish to go through. But I want to kind of pick out Nikodem here, not because he's my teammate, but because it just was an impressive drive in a way. He was in that position where it was near impossible by the standings to really advance, so nobody would cut off his fingers if he doesn't succeed, so he kept a calm head. And he saw guys ahead of him picking a fight, and he always positioned himself in a way that he could benefit. And that's in the end what brought him to P4, and maybe just played into his hands a bit that all the other guys in the top 3-5 or something were already through, and every time he picked a fight, they didn't really fight him.
I'll come back to you, Niels, very quickly, because I have a question about these GT4 cars. I mentioned the lack of downforce, maybe a bit more reliance on mechanical grip. But is there also maybe a bit of the uncertainty for some of these drivers in the fact that we're racing in the Camaro, which I'm guessing not many of them have driven too many laps in this car before?
Yeah, I think the first challenge of the car is to know how long the bonnet is. Maybe that's why we're seeing some more contact than we're used to. But yeah, indeed, you only have so much experience in that car, and experience is much more than just having laps and knowing how the car behaves on its own. It's also how it responds to contact and how fiercely it loses grip and how quickly it regains the grip. And for the people, especially not knowing the game, they also have challenges like how close is close in the mirror actually? How big does the car need to be for there to be contact? So some people left the door open just to be sure if someone was getting really close. Some others thought, no, in the other games this is fine, and in ACC it's contact after all. So yeah, lots of challenges going on.
You're right, they've got to fit the 6.2 liter V8 under that massive front bonnet, so maybe just eyeballing that distance can be rough. Let's grab a word with Heat 2 winner Tinko van der Velde, standing by with our own Lewis McLeod.
Tinko, here we go then. A race winner, of course, in ERL straight across the evening. Right, first off, let's go back to that race. What do you make of it? Because you're under pressure for a fair amount of it, but drove very well indeed.
Yeah, it was just a simple race, to be honest. Qualified in P1, and then just have to keep it in front and keep the good guy behind there. So it was very simple. I think he had like one small opportunity, but I just defended both times, and yeah, it was all good. And pressure was relatively low, so it's going to be more in the next races for sure.
How much pressure was taken off of your shoulders, not only by maybe some of the style of racing it was up at the front there, where maybe it was a little bit calm, but also by the great result that Don Bly put in the previous race. Second place, of course, 2 best results per team is what decides it here. So effectively, you've already got one of those results being pretty solid. So you know that you've just kind of got to tick the boxes and do the task.
Yeah, of course, that helps a lot. So it's nice that he got a good result in already. And we also got the good qualifying position. So we know it's just the 2 drivers that need to score good. So that helps a lot with the pressure for sure. And yeah, then you can just drive calm in front, and that's really nice.
Now, we'll not be seeing you in the last chance qualifiers. Obviously, superb results for the Williams Sim Racing team across the board, to be honest. That's going to be high in confidence going into the quarterfinals, I'm sure. What are you expecting in those quarterfinals? A different style of racing for sure versus the heats.
Oh yeah, I think there's going to be probably a lot of carnage on the front now as well. It's because it's all the teams together now, and yeah, it's going to be carnage, I think, but a lot of fun as well. And I'm looking forward to it.
Well, one final question I'll leave you with before we'll let you have a little bit of a breather. Of course, Williams Sim Racing, we were looking at this coming into the evening. There were quite a few teams who were looking at as favourites to go into the final. Obviously, you know, the likes of Team Nitro, Virtus Pro. Williams Sim Racing most certainly were one of them. You've really backed that up by coming through the heats as the top seed. What was the mentality like coming into the evening? What are you expecting? Are you definitely 100% being like, there's no way we're coming through this evening without getting through to the final? Are you super confident in that?
Didn't really have any expectations myself. I don't know about my teammates, but I think we know we can come pretty far. Our team is really good. The teammates are really fast as well, so we know we can do really good. And yeah, then you know, just you have to do your job, and we can go through to the final if we all perform. But my own confidence wasn't that high because I haven't been doing many competitions this year, and this is the second ACC competition I had this year, so not much. But I managed to get pole, so I'm happy, and the win. So it's a good start for me, and gives me a bit of more confidence for the next races. And yeah, hopefully we can get to the final.
Well, the low confidence didn't seem to slow you down. Great victory, Tinko, and best of luck to you and the team as the evening goes on.
Thank you, Lewis.
And now let's see if we can catch up with Heat 3 winner, Mitchie Tauscher, who's joining us now. Mitchie, can you hear us first off? He's got to find the right screen, press the unmute button. We'll see if we can get him.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
There we
I can hear you.
Mitchie, congratulations. That was a great victory, but how good is it to be back in this Esports Racing League format? Of course, we know you've got your fair share of history in this competition.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a different competition, you know, because usually we just drive endurance races. But yeah, it's nice to drive like 10-minute races, 8-minute races. A lot of fun. A lot of action as well. Not for me this time, but yeah. I guess behind me was kind of chaotic, but I just drove my race and then, yeah, got the win at the end.
I'm guessing you're not going to complain about the lack of action, because unfortunately I do have to bring this up. Doing a Tauscher has become a phrase in the Esports Racing League. Have you made sure you don't have your traction control button mapped for this particular event?
I do, but we're not on TC anyway, so I can't turn it off. Do it as well, so I can't do it now. It's over. It's in the past.
That's what we want to hear. That's good. Let's talk about this GT4 car, because I'm very curious what it compares to the regular GT3 cars that you normally drive. Of course, less downforce, more reliance on the mechanical grip. It's a lot of fun. It seems to be moving around quite a lot.
Yeah, it's kind of bouncy, but it's fun to drive. Like, we haven't been on ACC much this year because there were no competitions. But I like the GT4s. It's nice to drive, a lot of fun. It's like I don't know how you say it, but it's GT3s are very specific in this game, and GT4s are just more fun to drive for me. Even though we just never drive it. But yeah, they're fun, and yeah, I really enjoy driving them.
That's good to hear that you're having fun, especially when you're up front with that amount of margin. Let's talk about then the rest of this race, an event rather, because now you've gone from being the only driver representing Team Nitro on track. When you head back out for the quarterfinals, all of your teammates will be out there as well. How fun is the one-on-one element of this format, going up against a single team and trying to work with your teammates to come out on top?
It's nice to drive with your teammates, and you know, also there are always some kind of strategies behind the races. So yeah, there's much you can do, like work together, or yeah. It's really nice to drive. Heats are nice, but I like the finals even more because, you know, most of the time it's even more chaotic and more stuff can happen because everyone just tries to work together, and then yeah, races usually get quite interesting.
We're looking forward to it. It's great to have you back, Mitchie, for this Esports Racing League. Representing Team Nitro, we'll let you go and have a bit of a break. See you back for the quarterfinals.
Yeah, thank you.
So Mitchie Tauscher joins us there, and I did have to ask him about the moment. Good to know that he's got a new wheel at least, Lewis. The excuses started to come out.
I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised that you didn't say something like, "Oh, have you found the unmute button? It's right next to the traction control." That would have been a classic to have dropped there. But you kind of missed it there. It's fine. I'll let you go. Arjun, I'll let you go. No, honestly, great to hear from him. Again, high confidence, superb pace, and a great drive in race 3.
Yeah, I'll take that one on the chin. That was an opportunity right there.
Yeah.
Niels, now that we have a bit of a moment to breathe because race control's working through the final incidents, the points are being totaled up and verified right now. What will the team managers who think they're going into the second chance race be telling their driver? They already know which driver is going to be racing. They had to nominate that a couple of days ago. So what are the key messages that need to be shared?
Oh, depending how the previous races went, either pep talk or reassurances. Maybe, yeah, giving them probably just reminding them of staying calm for as long as they can. All comes down to qualifying, really. So you're trying to allow the guy to focus and put a good lap in. And yeah, then after that, you'll have to see how your chances really look for it's 2 races now, right? So yeah, it's a very tricky situation. You can't really do much other than give them confidence and keep them calm, hoping that things happen ahead of them. You can only pass so many cars in the few minute races that we have. So it comes down to qualifying, and then in the races, if you're really close to the top positions, yes, you have control over it. If not, then you have to hope for the best.
So I think at the very least, we know that Williams Sim Racing, Team Nitro, Gladius Competitions, probably Virtus Pro, Visceral Esports, Veloce Thrustmaster, and maybe TC Esports as well, they'll all feel pretty confident that they're going through. It's ERE, the Race Esport team, Drago Racing, and Rafa ERA that are on that cut line, and we'll find out in a few moments' time whether they go directly to a quarterfinal or have to fight their way through the second chance race. Don't go anywhere. More action to come in the Esports Racing League. Well, welcome back to the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lewis McLeod and Niels Niox as well, as we take a breather after 3 intense heat races and get ready for the second chance race. Lewis, race control, still finalizing some incident reviews, as you can expect after what were some physical races, that's for sure. But I think we do have a bit of certainty about some of the teams that we know are good, and we can maybe talk about them now. The likes of the Williams Sim Racing, Team Nitro, and Gladius Competitions.
Yeah, Gladius, I say a bit of a surprise there. We know, they are an ACC specialised team. They do very well over this platform. That's why we kind of focus on. We've seen them obviously race outside it a little bit, but ACC is home, and they are fast on this platform. But I'd say they're definitely maybe outperforming themselves a little bit so far this evening, which is great to see. Of the other ones, the ones that we were looking at coming into it, I mean, look, I made a list of 3 teams when looking at the entry list. The ones that I was looking at is to the ones that I think are going to go through to the final. Obviously, only 2 of them are going to go through to the final, but it's easy to pick 3 and then hope for the best. Virtus Pro was one of them. Obviously, McCormack's absolutely rapid, and his teammates aren't exactly slow in Fiala and Stetsenko. Then, of course, Team Nitro, a quality team that's been proven there with that excellent victory from Tauscher. And then Williams Sim Racing, which I think Williams have done better than I expected them to do so far. Of the 3 teams, they were the ones where I was like, oh, maybe they'll get into the final, maybe not. But now I'm looking at it being, oh, they're definitely them. And it's a fight between the other 2 or 3.
Well, the good thing is that we haven't called them Williams Esports so far. We've correctly called them Williams Sim Racing, as they renamed themselves earlier this year. Niels, we were talking in that break about some physical racing and whatnot, but that's kind of the nature of these 10-minute races, right? Michi Tauscher was kind of saying it as well. These are unfamiliar sort of races to a lot of competitors who are used to endurance races rather than these more sprint style races we have in the ERL.
It's interesting because often when we watch these races, we start a 12-hour race, everybody say, well, it's an endurance race. How important is the qualifying? How important is going to be turn 1? And then they go all bonkers. And now we have these sprint races, and people start to suddenly remember they usually do endurance races. So it's quite the turnaround there. But no, in all honesty, yeah, it does change a bit your approach. And maybe before the races, you don't quite grasp what that actually means during the race. And then it's all over you, all the other cars in front, ahead, and everything matters in just seconds, and there's no way to come back really. So yeah, challenging.
Race Control has just let us know they have one final incident being investigated before they can finalize all the different investigations from our heat races, and then we'll have that certainty which of our teams is going into the second chance race. And for those that are just joining us, maybe a bit of a recap about the event format here for the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts. Each team has 3 drivers representing them. Each driver, one driver per team goes out in the heat. 2 best results count, and then we get our grid, Lewis, for that second chance race.
Yeah, indeed. So, of course, the top 10 teams that we'll find out in a few moments' time that will already move through into the quarterfinals there. We'll figure that out in a few moments' time. The rest of the teams, like you say, in that second chance race, where just 2 teams will progress to make it 12 in the quarterfinals, of which 6 will progress through into the semifinals, and then just 2 into the finals, where we'll have a best of 3 format between 2 teams to see who's going to come out on top in the opening evening of the ERL powered by Nitro Concepts here in 2025. But look, that second chance race, I think the difference here is that you've got to remember we've just done races where it's been 23 drivers, 23 teams, right? Whereas that second chance race is only going to be 13, right? It is a smaller grid. And I do think that can impact a little bit. Look at how much Nikodem Wisniewski, for example, moved through after a poor qualifying in Heat 3 and was able to move through the field. Now, if someone gets that in position in the second chance race, then, maybe there is still the progress, the ability to progress if you've not qualified particularly well. But it is literally just first and second. It is as simple as it gets. Whoever finishes first, whoever finishes second, they're going through, and no one else is.
This format is not going to be in use for all of the events. We'll have a slightly different format. Specifically, I think it is for Gran Turismo and maybe for Rennsport as well. But at least Le Mans Ultimate iRacing, we should see the same format. one interesting extra complexion, Niels, added on to the fact that not only are the teams jumping between the simulators, they're jumping between different style of cars as well. Obviously racing the Chevy Camaro GT4 here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. We'll be racing the LMP2, the Oreca 07 on Le Mans Ultimate, the Gran Turismo F3500 on GT7, the Ford Mustang Supercar from Down Under on iRacing, the Praga R1 on Rennsport, and then a custom-built car on the Last Garage. As a team manager, how do you try and not only pick the drivers which are great on each platform, but try and suit them to the characteristics of the cars as well?
Interesting question, but none of the cars is a Formula One car, which is where it really starts to differ how you drive and whether or not you like this. LMPs, of course, are a bit faster than the GT cars, but it's still kind of close enough to be good enough for all the drivers to really adapt to that. We don't really have people specializing in Mini Coopers or something, so it's not like people are going from, I don't know, 180 top speed to 300 or so. It's all within 30-40 kilometer margins, so I think everybody's fine with any car.
It's a good way of saying it, actually. The fact that most of the speeds are pretty similar, it's not going to change too much. Obviously, we do have the track vote. That will be a factor on all the different platforms. So if you're not already following VCO Esports on social media, make sure you head over to Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever tickles your fancy, and you'll be the first to hear about the track vote when it takes place. Because, Lewis, that's often something that we love. In sim racing, you have unlimited practice time. If you told these drivers where they were competing 4 weeks before the event, they go and practice for 4 weeks straight, basically. But having the track vote allows us to add a little bit of intrigue, allow the audience to play their part, but also make sure the teams only realistically have 24 hours to try and maximize their performance.
Yeah, I mean, look, as soon as the track votes open, I can tell you quite a lot of the teams will already be doing laps on all 3 tracks, figuring out which ones they like, which ones they don't. As much as they'll have a rough idea as to which one they want to vote for, they'll probably go into it and right, test on each of them, which ones they feeling good on, and then submit their votes accordingly as to where they want to race. This, it was already a pretty slam dunk. The second I opened up the track vote pretty quickly after the track vote was open, and it was already 80% had voted for Red Bull Ring. So I'm pretty sure they all had a pretty solid idea as to what they wanted to do before it. But it's one of those ones where, as much as you can try and reduce their practice a lot of these people, they will practice regardless, because they've not found golf yet. I do know that's the important bit.
No,
when they do, they won't be practicing any at all.
That is for sure. And you and I, we both know just how much they love to put golf courses next to racetracks. It's almost as though the two go hand in hand. We have officially been told the teams and drivers that are competing in the second chance race. So for Absolute Motorsport Asalith, we'll see Vincenzo Sentore. BS Plus Competition will be represented by Robbie Stapleford. Coanda Esports by Elliot Veyron. Customs GT by Enrique Polanio. Delatraz Automotive by Hugo Marias, GTS 92 by Christian Etherington, Alzi Sports by Mark Naylor, Quartermass Motorsport by Ben Bennyworth, Marcel Chinchik for R8G, Abe Santenema for Referox Esports, and then the final 3 teams, Michael Moning for Samantha Tan, Sarah Dove for United Sim Team, and Alexander Davidson for World Sim Racing Esports. And so we now know, Niels, which are the teams that have advanced their way on forward. So it was how many points between Drago and BS Plus Competition? 2 after the 3 heats were sorted, and penalty points almost played their part as well.
Yeah, it got really closer. I think they were hoping still for penalties, but maybe didn't expect to get one themselves, even though didn't change anything in the end.
Yes, and that's also a point. Tiebreaker. If 2 teams are tied, first tiebreaker is the number of penalty points. So keep out of trouble and you'll put yourself in a good position. But it really goes to show, Lewis, Nikodem Wisniewski got himself up to, 4th position at the end of that 3rd and final heat. If he had finished that race in 2nd by some miracle, he brings BS Competition forward into the quarterfinals and sends Drago Racing to the second chance race.
Yep, and that's sometimes how it goes. That's how close it was. Obviously, it shows how good a drive it was anyway by Nikodem Wisniewski to have made it as close as it was, but 2 positions shy. Obviously, he might sit there and be like, oh, if I'd have only gained those 2 positions. But realistically, I think this is what we would all probably look at it as being like, well, he did his work to get out of the 4th position. It was the rest of the team that didn't do enough work to gain those extra 2 positions that were required. I mean, look, here are the points. You can see how close it was there between Drago and BS Competition. And you can see there, 15th, 17th, and then 4th position. Nikodem Wisniewski wasn't necessarily the problem, him not getting 2nd position there. It's the rest of the team, 15th and 17th. Like, that's the bit that would be looked at. Of course, there was some stuff that was played out of their hands, and now the pressure falls onto Robbie Stapleford to pull something through here in the second chance race.
But these points do get reset to 0, both for those that advance directly to the quarterfinals, but also for those competing in the second chance race. They do not carry their point or penalty points forward from here, and that's maybe the more significant thing. If you're a bit naughty in the first couple of heat races, you're able to advance on forward. Those points don't follow you going into that quarterfinal, where we are expecting things to start to get just that little bit more intense. Niels, I have to correct you, by the way, or rather someone in chat has got to correct you. The F3500 is actually an early 90s F1 car on Gran Turismo, so we are going to get a little bit of Formula 1 style action when we go racing on the console.
Yeah, let's see if it makes a difference, but probably they have the Gran Turismo experts on boards because it's the most alien game of the bunch, and also new to the ERL as it is. So I guess they'll have experienced people from Gran Turismo who already know the car.
Yeah, like I mentioned, Koke Lopez, we saw him for TC Esports. I saw
who did really well, given he's on ACC.
Very much so.
And Niels, you mentioned that Gran Turismo is the most alien of the sims. Why, in your opinion, do you find it so unique?
Well, the last one I played was 5 Prologue, probably. So it's quite a couple of years ago. But yeah, Gran Turismo still has this Simcade vibe to it. It's not quite as in-depth, as complicated. It tries to attract a bigger audience. All the elements are there, but they are not modeled through to the last detail, so to say, so the game can be perceived as a bit easier. Of course, that does not really count for the esports competitive bit, where it's just as hard to be at the front, maybe if the driving is a tad easier to do.
And Lewis, I guess that's where you and we've sometimes talked about the world of F1 sim racing, where, again, maybe a bit more simcade, but we've seen a lot of those drivers, both in the real world and also in some of the other sims, carry that forward as well. And so maybe that's where we shouldn't be so surprised that Koke Lopez did so well, because driving is driving, no matter what platform you're on.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that, they say, you can be fast on one platform and then moving it across in sim racing. And we see this all the time of like people moving from ACC to Rensport, from that to LMU, from that to iRacing. And that's where the fast is fast. There's some subtlety in that actually kind of makes all the difference. But then going from something that is more of a simcade game, like Gran Turismo, or like Darren McCormack did obviously years ago, moving from Forza over, like these are slightly bigger jumps than what we have from platform to platform. So it's very interesting to have a competition that includes one of those effectively simcade platforms. I completely agree. It is very much the outlier there, but it is one where you shouldn't be too shocked to see some of those fast drivers, still at the front there, because again, like you say, driving is driving. It's still basically doing the same thing. It's just understanding where the limit of grip is. That's the big thing. But a lot of these drivers, when they're at that level, can kind of figure that out in about 10 minutes, which is disgusting behavior. And that's where our final is going to be so intriguing. The top 4 teams, after we compete on ACC, Le Mans Ultimate, Gran Turismo, iRacing, and Rensport, will be competing in person at Sim Formula Europe on the last garage, a sim that no one has got access to right now. And so Niels, once they get on site at the LAN, those first 10 minutes are going to be wild for them to figure out A, how the sim drives, but then B, how the Vicarus machine also specifically handles, because it's going to be a purpose-built for VCO race car that none of these drivers will have any chance to practice before they're on site.
As Lewis already said, driving is driving. Maybe I can just expand on that a little bit, or my personal view on that is, in the end, as a driver, you need to be able to extract the information from the game and start to speak the language of that game. And what you always have available, of course, is the force feedback, which is kind of the most known thing, or the most relatable thing. But of course, all the games also have a certain way they deliver sound and tire squeal, and maybe even how the wind flows around the car, and if you can kind of pull information around the downforce from that, and all of that combined, visual, audio, and the force feedback, just putting that all together in your head into a single kind of information about what the car is currently doing, what it's about to do next, and what you as a driver can do about it, that makes the skill in the end. And you have to kind of get this information from all the games in kind of the same way, just need to start interpreting it slightly different per game.
And add in the sometimes extra pressure that drivers feel when they're in the LAN environment, sometimes with hardware that they don't get to use at home regularly. There's all these elements that make our final so interesting. But we're ready to go for the second chance race, the final time that we'll see some of these teams, Lewis, out here on Assetto Corsa Competizione.
Yeah, which is always the brutal part of this competition. You could have put in as much practice, if not more practice, than everyone else, and yet still after 4 races, we are losing a healthy bunch of our teams. Of the 23 teams that start, 9 of them. 11 of them. I can do maths. Oh my goodness. Will be out. They'll be gone. They'll be done. That'll be it for their competition here today. That's brutal in knockout, but that's kind of what we love about this, is that we just get cut down as the evening goes on, and 5 races is all you get, and as a driver you might have only done 1, and that's it.
And I think we are going to maybe get a chance to watch qualifying as well for this particular second chance race, so that will be an intriguing element for us too, because Niels, what do you need to do to qualify well on ACC? What are some of the tips that some of these drivers will do, both for their cars, but also for their driving styles, to get the most from this session?
Depending which game you're coming from, I think the first kind of new thing, or what you have to get used to, is that the initial braking is always as hard as you can. So probably the first 50 meters of the braking zone or so is just 100%, give it everything. And then once you start turning the wheel, it gets a little more important to trail off the brake and really finding the point where the front tire gives you the response and actually starts to turning in. And on iRacing, that level of braking is probably in the 20-30% or something. And in ACC, you can start to get your front tire back at, say, 80% of braking or so. And then the slower you get, the more turning you do, it will only take 5 to 10% braking in the last bit, and you really have to kind of listen into the ABS. It gives you a lot of information. It's going to act the entire way through the braking zone, but there's a quality to it. It's a bit louder, it's a bit higher frequency if you're overdoing it, and if you're just on the verge of activating the ABS late in the turn-in, that's going to be the point where you start rotating the rear around and getting that extra few hundreds out of the turn.
Gotcha. And I guess Mitchy Tausch just said it to us as well, right, Lewis? They aren't using traction control with these cars, but they will be relying on the ABS.
Yeah, of course, it is an option. I think they can turn on, but you just wouldn't. Your right foot in a car like this, especially around a circle, there's no need for it. It's faster with it off to be able to put that power down as you please, to leave the corner, even in a little bit of a slide, not too much, but a little bit, all that kind of stuff. Will help having the full control of the car. Of course, Niels knows far more about driving fast than I do.
You mentioned the engine of the Chevy that we have, and it sounds massive with a 6-liter and a V8, but in the end, it's BOP that has a big restrictor on board, so it's probably pushing out just over 400 horsepower or something, and in the end, that is not enough to really challenge the slicks on corner exit, especially how the tire works in ACC. So the TC, if it engages it probably doesn't need to, and it rather slows you down and prevents you from using a tiny bit of a slide to get the car around the corner. So they all turn it off, pretty certain.
So no traction control, but yes, ABS. If you're looking for tips from the pros, there you go. I need to correct myself now. Qualifying is not going to be on deck for second chance races, because instead the grid is set by the results from the heat. So the team with the fewest points starts towards the front, which means that it should be BS Plus Competition and Robbie Stapleford at the very front of the field, Lewis, as we get ready to go.
Right, that will be interesting because we were kind of talking about this as to which of these teams are our expected favourites then to move through, because we were kind of talking BS Competition certainly up there. Robbie Stapleford, no, he didn't particularly deliver in his heat race, but I think that's some action probably out of his hand. Let's be real here. Definitely fast enough, definitely experienced enough to bring this one home. The Samantha Tan Racing Esports team will then be starting alongside in that front row, like you say. The other teams that we were kind of looking at, the likes of the Absolute Motorsport Assetto teams, the R8G Esports teams, these ones are starting a little bit more than in the mid-pack, and they have to do the work on the circuit.
Absolutely. And here we go, Lewis. There is your pole sitter, not in his traditional orange, but instead in the regular BS Plus competition blue.
Yeah, is that a rule? Are they not allowed 3 different colours on the car? Arjuna, what's the deal on that one?
That's a good question. I think the answer to that one is they can do whatever they want. They may just not have submitted the deliveries appropriately.
That's disappointing.
In team events, it's always the main one, the official team livery.
Yeah. That's fair. I'll allow it. I'm disappointed though. It's one thing that we always say this about BS competitions. I absolutely adore the different colours. You obviously have the red one, you have the orange one, you have the purple. Switch it up, obviously. Niels, you always had a very colourful one. I was a big fan. I loved it.
I always use the chance to also send a message. But yeah, for this race now, I think we're going to see the most carnage of the night, because it's pretty much, do or die.
Certainly say. Well, we're in position. Arjuna, who are you picking to go through?
Oh, you're throwing me under the bus.
Yep.
I think BS Plus. I believe that Robbie can get it done. It's going to be difficult. In only one of those heat races did we see a challenge up to turn 1 on the front row, which does tell me that Moning's going to feel the pressure here in that Samantha Tan racing car. He's got to really watch to his outside as Owls and R8G will try and swarm, and we know what turn 4 is going to lead to, or turn 3 rather, here at the Red Bull Ring.
Well, hopefully for that Samantha Tan racing car, there's no drama that they get involved in. Otherwise, there would be some moaning. Okay, cool. That's that one out of the way. Might have only one chance to drop that one this evening, so we'll give it a go here. The second chance race ready to go in the opening night here of the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. It's Robbie Stapleford on pole position. It's moaning alongside Nina, then Chinchik as well. We've got, I'll give it's BS Competition and RAG. I'll chuck it out. I know obviously Niels was saying that before the race. Well, I do pretty agree that I think those two are the favourites to go through here, but you just never know. Samantha Tan Racing's had some great speed this evening, and it is a better start from moaning up towards that first corner. Stapleford's on the outside. He's going to throw it in deep, potentially too deep, but no, beautifully held on the apex at T1. So a great drive from the BS Competition driver. Has there been any major switches behind? Not so much. There is some side-by-side with Elliot Veyrod trying to make up some progress, but unable to do so on the WSR Esports car, I think.
And keep your eye on the Frenchman. He was flying in this heat. Here goes Chinchik around the outside, and he gets body pushed out wide. And keep an eye now down low. Is he going to get swarmed? He'll hold off Etherington in the 92 GTS 92 machine for the time being. Veyron already up to 6th and shaping the long way around down to Schloffgold.
Yeah, big deep onto the brakes to the outside. Elliot Veyron's going to go to try and complete the move. Can't quite do it there. Going to get squeezed off. Lewis Hamilton versus Alex Albon style there a little bit. Getting muscled out wide as they work their way through. It's all single file behind. WSR Esports making a little bit of a move here on Santoro for the Absolute Motorsport Assetto team. Remember, the top 2 are the ones going through. No one else will be progressing here into the quarterfinals. So if you're in 3rd, 4th, 5th, it's now or never.
And do you moan if you're in 2nd? Or do you just sit there and wait? Sorry, I had to slip that one there as well. Already a big breakaway between the top 2 and those behind Lewis, and that's exactly what they really want to see, right? Doesn't matter which order they realistically finish in, just finish 1 and 2 and keep your team alive moving into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, if I'm moaning here, I'm actually, I am not going for anything, because there is that break between 2nd and 3rd. If 3rd position, as soon as that 3rd spot car of Nina gets right onto the rear end, then I'm going for a move. Marcel Chinchik way out wide there at the first corner before rejoining, still remaining in 4th position. Once that gap closes up 2nd and 3rd, then I'm thinking about going something. Yeah, obviously first protect your position that little bit more. But right now, 1st and 2nd, I don't really care which way round. Like you say, points don't carry into the quarterfinals, so I'm happy where I'm at, even if it is second position.
Etherington holds off Davidson for the time being. Yeah, no, I think, again, as long as they're just outside of that drafting range, they will be content. What I will also just say, second time I think today, another time a car has slightly misjudged turn one and just decided that track limits are optional, which is a very sim racing thing to do, right? You often get a certain allowance about how much you're allowed to run off track, and sim racers will take full advantage of that. If they're going to get an infringement added to their tally, well, I might as well make it worth my while.
Look, I've seen your driving, mate. I remember the race for mental health back in 2023. I think your track limit excursions right there might have even been vastly more than Marcel Chinchik. He definitely got involved in a couple of instances. Let's go with that. Was it used 2 fast repairs or 1?
Technically, I didn't go off the track limits without contact, Lewis, so...
All right. I didn't use any of our fast repairs, so that's fine. I'm not. Look, it's 2 years ago. I'm not sorry about it. Don't worry. Absolute Motorsport Asset here through the final corner. A little bit questionable there from Santoro. Here comes Elliot Veyron down the inside of Etherington on the race up towards the first corner. The inside line for the commander man. Could see the move being done. Contact who tries to squeeze over and move into the braking zone. Then makes use of the optional track limits there at turn 1. I'm sure Arduino is absolutely fine whilst watching that.
That wasn't as egregious as what Marcel did, at least. He was a bit more respectful, but now...
Such a co-ander fan.
You can see how much it compromised him running off to turn 3, climbing up the hill, 3 abeam, and a great switchback opportunity here if you can get onto that power. And Niels, I think, described it quite well. With the BOP, Lewis, these cars are probably only putting 400 horsepower out, which sounds like a lot, yes, but for the amount of grip that these cars have, it really isn't that much. And it's the suspension that's causing them to pogo around when they mount the curves and make big sense. Great heads up there from Veyron. Switches it back and holds on to 6th as coolly as you'd like.
Yeah, that effectively, comparatively speaking, a lack of power makes some pretty good race cars, as we're seeing here. Big look to the inside there from Santore, and Etherington's going to go out wide, might even lose a little bit of momentum here, and could lose out to Sentiment as well, and certainly will indeed do so. Merles also into the mix, looking for a move in the Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage car. Looks to the outside, going into the penultimate corner, going to try and send it around the outside. That one's not going to work. I'm sure it's not going to work. No, because there's going to be abuse of track limits as well. That was always going to happen on that line.
And Delatraz Automotive, Lewis, is a team that I think we need to keep our eye out for, because they've always, in iRacing special events, been a team to watch, specifically in the LMP2 class. And they're just coming off their first top split win, as far as I can recall, in the Indy 6 hours. So maybe on iRacing, yes, they'll be a bit stronger, but a team that's growing, a team that, you know, going back to the initial ERL, we wouldn't necessarily have been thinking about them. I think they'll definitely be a team to keep our eyes on.
Certainly so. Alexander Davidson to the outside of Naylor, trying to get that one sorted as they head their way through turn 3, and the WSR Esports driver will indeed get through the 4th position, but unfortunately for this part of the field, it's almost, well, I would say pointless, because there's still points on offer and all that such, but realistically speaking, when it comes to the progression in today's competition, it is pointless, because first and second have gone. The only deciding factor really is if Marcel Chinchik can put in the work and maybe close down to Robbie Stapleford, our race leader, and of course Michael Moning in second position. I feel though that is unlikely in this current scenario.
And what a shock that would be for R8G, who, alongside Team Redline, had been the 2 major protagonists of the first Esports Racing League and World Cup to go out in this second chance race. There's the little bit of contact that sends one of our Camaros off into the kitty litter and rejoining down at the very tail end of the field. In the live picture, for a moment, things had frozen up. I got a little bit scared, but I don't think that's too much to worry about. It's just Referox Esports who are now sitting in pit lane. Day done, unfortunately, for the 114.
Which is a shame, because they did start out quite well this evening. They had some good pace, but unfortunately not quite their evening. We'll have to see how they come back in a few weeks' time when we go on to Le Mans Ultimate race lead. And I was going to say battle for the race lead, but I don't think it is. Driving for the race lead. First and second position, Robbie Stableford, Michael Moning. First and second position. A solid gap back to Marcel Chinchik, but you know, one little look down the inside from Moning and it's going to allow Chinchik to close up. But of course, one mistake from Robbie Stableford and the door is open. And it's kind of one of those ones, if Robbie Stableford doesn't quite have the pace, I'm sure he does, but if he doesn't quite have the pace, it's dropping back into the clutch of Marcel Chinchik, that might convince Moning to go for that move. So it's really critical right now for the BS competition driver that's leading the field of Robbie Stableford to keep that pace up.
And this is where it gets difficult sometimes. You've got the car in your rear view mirror putting that pressure on, and it's all mental at this point, right? He's not showing himself and forcing the issue. It's just, can Robbie keep his mind cool? And for a driver that stepped up in the last couple of years, mostly had run on Assetto Corsa Competizione before, but increasingly branching out into Rennsport, he has a bit more experience now of this sort of pressure, Lewis, and so you'd hope that he is matured enough to the point where it's not offsetting him too much more. He's going to have to survive 2 more laps here at the Red Bull Ring, and that gap back to Chinchik is starting to close.
Yeah, certainly so. Chinchik is indeed just clawing it down, but with 2 laps left to go, he may only get 1 opportunity for second position, but like you say, it might just convince Moning to maybe go for something. Maybe on the final lap up towards 30. It depends how close Chinchik is. If Chinchik's still kind of around a second or so off, then he's not going to go for anything. But if it's closing down to the point where you think it's going to be within a second, for example, going into the penultimate turn, if you know it's going to be within half a second, then you're going to be more convinced to go for a move, because that is where there could be an opportunity. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think for Chinchik, he's just running out of time is the problem. If he had 1 more lap, I think he'd feel pretty confident in his chances, but I think just 1 lap too short as Owls Esports try and fend off the advances of Kawanda, who, you know, Kawanda, one of the biggest names in the world of sim racing. Yes, Veyron will slide his way forward to 5th, but I think it's fair to say, Lewis, that it's not necessarily a surprise to see Kawanda eliminated in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Outside of a couple of races in SRO Esports about 4 or 5 years ago, it's not a sim that they've got much experience on.
Oh, don't say 4 or 5 years ago. I remember those races. That's heartbreaking. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they were good back then. But of course, yeah, it was still Josh Rogers, Mitchell De Jong. They're like still, yeah, they're top team. Not saying they're not top drivers in this, but you know, it's not their full competition. Wonder how they're going to go on iRacing. Obviously, they do have Charlie Collins as a part of their 5 drivers across this competition. Should go pretty strong there. Gap back to Chinchik is enough as Davidson receives a drive-through penalty. I'm pretty sure that is for exceeding track limits. Maybe you think that Marcel Chinchik's deserving one of those based on your critique of his driving at turn 1 earlier on in this race?
Well, Marcel's apparently played the game perfectly, right? He knew when he could get away with it, when he couldn't. Davidson a little less, playing the game a little less well. But again, these are 10-minute races, Lewis. I don't think the servers are set up in a way that you should realistically be getting a drive-through for track limit infringements. I'm going to get off my high horse now because I'll be on it for the rest of the evening otherwise.
Honestly, look, there's going to be plenty of chances for a moan this evening if things are going to remain in its current position, because Stableford and Moning are going to be going their way through into the quarterfinals, which means I can keep the jokes up.
I know, that's what I was just about to say. You've got at least the quarterfinals. You'll still be able to make that joke again.
Sorry. So he's going to be furious. I mean, it's got so many drivers where I've made jokes just courtesy of their name, and wow, it's another one to add to the list, isn't it? It's fine. It was fun.
You can't be the first, let's be honest.
There are no jokes expected from me.
Well, yeah, no comment. I'm pretty sure I've made those jokes before, RG. I'm pretty sure I've absolutely made a few howlers when it comes to the moaning jokes. So I'll keep them up all night long. One thing that we won't have to be dealing with, though, is... well, basically, none of the drivers on this field, because quite a lot of them are not going to be moving through. Those that will be, though, BS competition, most certainly moving through, courtesy of a fantastic drive from Robbie Stableford, also being joined by the Semifinal Racing Esports team. Michael Moning first and second across the line. Beautiful drive from the pair of them. Did not put a foot wrong. Marcel Chinchik and EG Esports are going to be very disappointed with that.
You said it. Yeah, perfect drive from those 2 up front. Stableford dealt with that pressure. Moning just sat back and didn't need to force the issue. And I guess, Niels, you said it best. Qualifying is very important for this race.
Just that they didn't have to do it. So they BS competition still benefited from Nicodeme's insane drive in the last race, which put them on pole here in the last chance one. So Robbie just had to bring it home, kept a cool head. Moning played ball. He knew second was enough, and the more they fight, the more they bring Marcel back in it. So he stayed calm, probably pulled back the throttle end of the straight a bit, it's not just staying behind, but also giving the driver ahead the confidence that you're not planning anything. So you always put the brake pedal down a little earlier, so the guy ahead knows, okay, nothing to fear from behind. I can focus on my corner, eyes off the mirror, and then Robbie could do his thing.
But I guess the big storyline, Lewis, is the elimination of R8G before we even get to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, which is a shame. R8G probably looking at this thinking, well, that is a disappointing evening. I think they've had a few issues. So Marcel Chinchik being spun around in Heat 2 certainly didn't help things up to third position here, but not good enough to progress, at least provisionally, although the top two, let's be honest, they didn't do anything wrong throughout that race, so it is definitely going to be those two moving through. Obviously, sure, race control have other things to look at, but when it comes to who's progressing through into the quarterfinals, we know where we stand, and it won't be R8G. But we know they're going to come on strong. Certainly, Rennsport they're going to do well. Le Mans Ultimate, I reckon they're going to do pretty solid at. Outside of that, I'm not too sure. Obviously, R8G Esports a few years ago pulled out of competitions on iRacing. I do remember that one pretty clearly. How are they going to do returning to? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, I think what we'll do very quickly is bring in Robbie Stapleford for a quick chat with our own Lewis McLeod after winning in that second chance race.
Yes, indeed. Robbie Stapleford, the Stapler, into the commentary booth again. Don't worry, you're going to be keeping that nickname all year long, don't worry. Obviously, fantastic drive. Started from pole position, courtesy of the work that Nikitin Vishnevsky did in Heat 3. But let's roll things back, obviously, to your Heat. Things didn't quite go to plan. How did you get that out of your head and some of the incidents that happened around you and you were caught up in, and basically delivered a perfect drive here in the second chance race?
I just really thought, got back together, made a game plan for this race. We knew we should have been through to the quarters anyway, but some questionable stuff, what was out of mine and Rainer's hands, obviously happened. So we knew what we had to do. We had to come top two in the second chance, and we managed to do it. So all good.
What are you expecting from the evening going on? Because of course it's a very different style of competition now, in a sense, where all three of you across the evening will be going out onto circuit together, and three that we've seen from sim racing before work pretty well together.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hectic all evening. Everything's going to come down to quali, but even like you've seen through the heats, the races are just all over the place. So yeah, we'll see what happens, but we'll just try and work together as the three of us, and hopefully we can make our way through each final.
Are you expecting this quarterfinal race coming up to be a little bit, how do I put it nicely, chaotic?
Just a tiny bit, yeah. That's the thing.
All right, well, best of luck to you and the team in it, all right? Good luck, Robbie.
Cheers, thank you.
And now let's quickly see if we can also catch up with Michael Moaning after his second place effort for Samantha Tan Racing keeps the day alive. Michael, was there ever a thought that you were going to look to try and make your move, or did you know that second was good enough?
I was really looking to see if the gap behind me was closing in, but that stayed steady for most of the race, so I really just wanted to chill. There was one lap, Robbie struggled on pace a little bit, and I really did not want to go for a move. I really didn't want to look for it, and it ended up just being that one lap. So I figured as soon as Marcel got within a second, it might have been time to look for a move, but no, I felt pretty solid just chilling behind him. The super consistent pace was good, so.
Is your team manager in your ear, or someone from the team kind of coaching you and walking you through these scenarios, or is that all just something that you're thinking about on the fly while you're trying to drive this race car fast as well?
This was really just on the fly. I mean, I knew going into it, we just needed top two, and I knew we were going to start P2 in a really good spot. So I know, like T1, I really just wanted to slot in behind him. I didn't even want to get side by side with him, so that worked out really well. And then basically past T2 and T3, I knew I just needed to chill, and they stayed silent. They let me concentrate for the rest of the race, and honestly, the pace was really good. I don't know if it's quite like top guys in the other races, because their pace is off the charts, but the rest of the race felt really solid.
Now, the one thing that I do have to ask you about is your last name. How many puns do you often get?
Oh, yeah, I quite a few. Moaning about every race result I get. So But it is in my family, it's pronounced Menning. That is the way that we go about it. But I am plenty used to those puns, and I've started to enjoy them. It's a fun time.
Because both me and Lewis added to the tally and put a couple of quarters into the jar as well. Thanks for being a good sport, and best of luck in the quarterfinals when that gets underway.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
That's great to hear. Not just that he's getting used to it, Lewis, but he's enjoying the puns now as well.
I respect it. Also, cracking top. You stick a collar on that and a couple of buttons. That's perfect for the golf course. Let me tell you. That's cracking. But no, obviously, good sport. And why not after such a good drive? Didn't put a foot wrong in that race. Was able to just keep up with Robbie Stableford and didn't do anything silly, which I think this is probably more of a thing for Niels. Even in a scenario like this where you know second is good enough, but you're still a racer at heart. You still want to go for those positions. Like they still sit in position. Like, is that difficult as a driver?
As he described, as long as the gap to behind stayed stable and Marcel didn't have a chance to actually get in the draft, there was nothing to worry about, and you'd rather not risk anything. As soon as you go side by side, you never know how the other guy reacts, so maybe Robbie would have wanted to keep that position, and suddenly they start losing time, and then Marcel surely is there, and from there it might not be in your hands anymore. So he did the right thing there. It only takes a tiny bit of maturity in that situation. I think it's not off the charts to stay calm for once.
Well, you talk about maturity, and I guess the three of us in this broadcast booth are all of a certain vintage nowadays in the world of sim racing. How much maturity do you see, Niels, especially in the world of sim racing nowadays? Because I think you've mentioned it already, part of the BS competition crew. You've got a lot of young and talented drivers that are coming through the ranks. Are you sometimes impressed by just how much mental maturity you sometimes see out of these young drivers, even if sometimes they do boil over a little bit?
I mean, we can talk about little Alan here, with whom I've been doing a couple of races, and when he was 12, now he's 13. No, he's even 14 by now, if I'm correct, which allows him to do iRacing. And he often reminded me in the races to stay calm. So it's sometimes they come from a really good spot when it's probably, in this case, it was his dad making sure he's calm, he's always around, making sure he has the best experience and everything. But also, everybody, once you're committed to a goal and you see it fade away from you, you can lose your temper. It's very, very easy to do, and you can have 23 hours in a 24-hour race where you're super mature, and then the last hour you lose it. So it can come and go in a race, and the maturity is only there for as long sometimes.
Sounds like a golf course as well, at least in my experience, Lewis.
Yeah, look, it only takes one shot to ruin the whole day. No, obviously, no, I completely agree. But I also think it's, a lot of these drivers, they find ways of channeling that anger. And I don't mean that in a negative way. Obviously, like some people channel that in battering other people's cars around, and that is obviously negative. But it's about if you're racing hard, there is inevitably going to be some form of contact. It's about, especially when you're younger, it's about finding good ways of dealing with that. And I always found voicing it. I don't mean that towards anyone else. I mean just shouting, which is why I'm a commentator and why I don't drive anymore. But
the race starts, you're in a particularly bad mood.
To be fair, look, I've dropped many a word whilst racing, and not normally are they particularly good. But I will say, didn't ever hit anyone on the racetrack. I was always a good boy when it comes to race control. I just didn't stream my races very much for good reason.
Oh, yeah, and I've got a story about that one for slightly later on. Confirmation of, well, no penalty points, at least towards the front of the field. And so BS Plus Competition and Samantha Tan Racing Esports have secured their spots in the quarterfinals, and we are getting ready to go with what is going to be a monster 36-car qualifying field as well. So that is moments away from getting underway. I've told the story on a couple of other endurance broadcasts in the past, but I did stream some of my races, and I distinctly remember doing an endurance race at Barcelona. I was in the LMP2 car. We had LMP1s and GTEs. And the first time in traffic when all three classes are on top of each other at the same time, that's always the most intense. And I distinctly remember Paddy Wolf going around my outside at the final sector of Barcelona and saying on my stream, if he does that again, I'm going to crash into him. I did not crash into him for the record, but I did get a message from a certain Paddy Wolf afterwards saying, what did you say, Arjuna?
Yeah. To be fair, I can imagine you saying that as well, and I can imagine you doing it. But you know, that's a different thing. Either way, as you can tell, we're not in a race, but carnage is about to ensue as 36 cars take to the Red Bull Ring for qualifying here for the quarterfinals.
And so in the previous heat races, we had, what, 23 cars on track at any one time. We were meant to have 24, but one team withdrawing from the competition during the week. We will not see Mao's Esports out there in the Esports Racing League.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace as well. I will... what's the right word here? Agree with that sentiment. I will also say it would have been nice to see them outside of Wrenchport, which is really the only place that we've seen the Mao's Esports team racing since they jumped in to this world back in 2023. Would have been nice to see how they stacked up in this competition. To, at the end of the day, Lewis, find out who is the best team in sim racing that isn't Team Redline.
You be careful, Rene will message you in a second and say, well, Max Benneker actually raced in Porsche Tacor Esports Supercar for a few rounds, and also Moritz Lerner races in this, that, and the other on Race Room. So you be careful, mister. He'll be sending you some DMs. And probably me after that impersonation. I'm so sorry.
Getting yourself into trouble. We've got 4 and a bit minutes left in the session. Jack Heathley is on the top, Robbie Stapleford second, and Abel Torres third, which that means that we've got 2 of the TC Esports machines up in the top 5 right now.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see how it unfolds after the next few laps, but you can see here Aidan Watercombe getting a little bit of slipstream assistance as well, which is kind of one of those things I think around here, maybe not critical, but still it's Tommy Rozier who's directly ahead, so it's a solid amount of slipstream you're getting in that, but also he's dishing out some slipstream to one of the Williamses as well into the final complex of corners to see if there's going to be any further improvement from this grouping as to see whether Aidan Watercombe can back up that fantastic victory in the heat phase.
It was a really impressive drive, but now he's had to sit and watch from the sidelines for, what's it, about an hour and a bit's time. So second now on the board with the 135.285, I do believe that is. It's Tinko van der Velde, who was, of course, pole in heat number 2 that's found his way now up to the top of the timesheet. So quick in qualifying earlier on, quick in qualifying again. But it's those teams that you're now looking for. The top 2 from each team will count in terms of points, and so who have been able to get the most out of it. Van der Velde back down to pit lane, with Fiala now going to the top.
Yeah, so Wojtek Fiala making some moves. Charlie Croston, a driver who we do expect to go pretty strong in this race. Then again, I'm pretty sure you can give me 35 other drivers that we expect to be pretty strong during this race. So we'll have to wait and see. A few drivers returning to pit lane. Charlie Croston bailing from his lap, so midfield might be it. We'll have to wait and see. One final lap to go in the session. Wojtek Fiala up there. Darren McCormack now moves up, so things looking pretty good if you're a Virtus Pro fan.
Very promising signs for them right now. Van der Velde, was that basically resetting the tires, Lewis, and going out for one more glory run? Because he's only going to get one more chance at this with 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
I mean, yeah, I think obviously, yeah, you want to just get out there, fresh tyres, and attack it once more. Not too long left to go in the session. I think more importantly, it is pretty important in this qualifying session to find someone ahead of you that's got relatively the same speed, because they're someone that's going to give you a little bit of slipstream without costing you too much time. Whereas if you come across someone who's maybe qualifying for those positions back, maybe the back end of the top 20, well, obviously, yeah, you might close up to them, but you're going to be closing up to them into the final complex corner. Get a little bit of dirty air, fair enough. Going to get distracted, fair enough. Probably going to get blocked. Also, yeah, they're just doing what they can.
Believe the driver on your right is not Tinko van der Velde, because that's a driver now in pit lane. I think that might be Grantus Caracas, who has taken a tow to pit lane, and that will be session done for him, albeit leaving pit lane. He is going to be pushing it to try and get back around to the line, to cross the line before the clock strikes 0, which would allow you to finish the lap that you're on, I do believe. Van der Velde sees a clean track in front of him as he climbs up to turn 1, maximizes the track on the left-hand side, because as we've talked about, you want to sweep through with as much momentum as possible on that climb to turn 4.
Certainly so. Tinko van der Velde rising up towards the third corner. See him fly past the camera there. Obviously the highest speed part of the circuit, deep onto the brakes, heading into the very tight third corner. Get it into that right-hander. Get onto the power nicely and smoothly kick off. Tinko van der Velde with a fantastic performance in his heat to take victory. And of course, for our other winners, of course, Mitchie Tauscher, obviously that superb drive as well. Walsingham's a little further down though, just 16th position at the moment.
I'd be curious what the margin is though. Is that 100th? Is that a 10th of a second? How big are we talking through this field? Looking at Tinko's webcam, by the way, the thing I'm attracted to is the graphics card. He's just making sure everyone knows that he's got a good old 5070 powering that PC right now. Worth its weight in gold is that graphics card. Clock will strike 0 with Fiala sitting in pit lane and watching to see if anyone will better his time. He's got his teammate Dara McCormack provisionally alongside with a Virtus Pro lockout of the front row. Descend down through these final couple of corners. Keep it within the white lines. What does Van der Velde have in store?
Yeah, through the final corner, third position at the moment. He's got the two Virtus Pros ahead of him up towards the line. You see it there as he crosses it. No further improvements. Third position will be in the hands of Tinko van der Velde, or at least provisionally. Still a fair few times left to come across. Granus Caracas, the fourth position. Can Darren McCormack steal away pole position? Got to say, great lap time from Wojtek Fiala to have provisional pole position with a Virtus Pro. I mean, look, they're in a very solid position right now with first and second. The only problem is, where's their teammate?
Where is their teammate? Dominic Blyer has gone to second, and that is in the closing stages. Good signs for Williams with Blyer and Van der Velde, two of their machines inside of the top 4. Blyer
up there.
Now joined by Pfeffer. Here comes McCormack. 135.0 is his best. He was only about 700ths off, but no improvement.
Yeah, indeed. So Williams now move on to the best qualified team. Blyer second, Pfeffer fourth, Van der Velde sixth position. Great qualifying for the Williams team. But still, Groenewold then moving up. Can Mitchie Tauscher join his teammate? Goes up to sixth position. So a couple of spots behind his teammate, Koke Lopez. Of course, he's got his teammates in Jack Keithley, able to rise a fair amount down the road and can cross the line and remains in 27th. Solid qualifying though. Once again, a great pole position from Fiala.
And we will talk to you about some of those gaps when we get to the starting grid. But Niels, that's a tough qualifying session, right? When you've got 36 cars on track, you're searching for a bit of clean air, but also searching, I guess, for some draft as well, because you won't complain about the hole in the air and the benefit you get from it.
Yeah, you're kind of in between decisions there. The lap time is something like 95 seconds. 36 cars gives you about a little less than 3 seconds between the cars, ideally, if everybody wants to drive on their own. So most likely you'll see another car anyway. And because it's not perfectly spread, yeah, you're closer to some than others. And you kind of want the slipstream, but you don't want to be too close just because it also hurts your vision. It's not even the downforce loss in the corners. These cars barely have any. So you can certainly benefit from the draft on the straight, but if you have a car ahead, then you may be just shy of your braking point for a meter or two, just reducing the speed a little bit more, maybe not using the track to the maximum, because there's a bigger risk to not seeing where the track limit is when there's a car directly ahead. So you have to make your choice there. Maybe just get the draft on one straight where you're more confident than on the other or something. But yeah, I was surprised I think Manning just didn't put a time at all. I hope he doesn't have an issue.
I wonder if that might have been potentially track limits, just getting mixed up with others. I do see a couple of attempts, but you're right. No lap time for at least him. And 34 cars split by 1.3 seconds, although realistically, we're talking about 30 cars covered by half a second. That's how competitive the field is. And Lewis, Aidan Walshingham, pole in Heat 1, a quarter of a second off the pace. He starts down in 13th.
Yeah, which is, with all due respect, kind of disappointing. A bit of a shame there for Walsingham to have done so. But one good thing, he did at least set the fastest first sector. So at least he's got pace in that sector. However, pole position is not decided by one sector, it's decided by 3 put together. So we'll have to piece his way through this field. Do remember, we have 12 teams out there. and only 6 of them will be progressing through into the semi-finals. And same as it was through the heats, you have 3 cars per team, but only the top 2 from each team are the ones scoring points. But obviously, you still want to get a good average. And if your driver is the 3rd positioned of those 3, must stay out of trouble, because any penalty points they pick up still is applied to the team as a whole.
And so we will find out which 4 teams will make their way forward to the semi-final, or building up to those final 3 races, or potentially 3 races of the night. It's Virtus Pro, Team Nitro, and Williams Sim Racing all in very good positions inside of the front 7 or so, as we put 12 minutes onto the clock this time rather than just the 10, and get ready to rumble here once again in the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts. Already have sent a whole bunch of teams home for the first time this season. Let's get ready to do it all over again. Who gets the jump to turn 1? Fiala in control of the field as they wait for the green to drop and the action to resume. Dominic Blyers alongside, and a challenge will be thrown up to turn number 1. Behind, though, 2x2 all the way through the field. Fiala gets the better run off the corner, and now Tobias Pfeffer gets the drive down and almost pushes him on the climb to turn 3.
It's one of the Gladius competition cars. It was off about 8 rows into the field. We ride on board with Darren McCormack staring at the top 4 as he's trying to fend himself past Tobias Gronevold. He's got a couple of those Nitro cars either side of him, and he's going to get dived down the inside by Tobias Gronevold. He's got Mitchy Tauscher on the outside of him. There's chaos in the background. Someone has been spun around, as we'll keep our eye on the race lead. Wojtek Fiala holds at the front of the field. Williams Esports running then in 2nd and 3rd. It's still 3 wide in the battle for 4th position with McCormack in the middle.
Not ideal, and behind one of the Team Nitro cars with BS Plus competition. So that would have been Nikitin Wisniewski, potentially with Bastian Richter, and it's all set things off in through the middle sector. McCormack being pinched now as they sweep through the first of the left-handers. He'll bully his way back into control of that spot, but it's starting to build the gap. Fiala from Blyer, and then Pfeffer, the top 3 in their breakaway.
Yeah, indeed, as we all gone.
That was just a car getting spun off into the gravel, coming out onto this little run towards the final couple of corners.
Right, let's see what happened in the middle of this. We're looking at one of the visceral cars there on the left-hand side. Who's making dives on who? Just a big concertina into the back of the Veloce. Couple of TC cars getting spun round in that, so very bad for the Thibaut Courtois esports team. Yeah, bit messy and all that, but it's kind of one of those ones I'm looking at being like, it's kind of hard to pick anyone really to blame. Let's see this one, though. 3 wide. We've got Nikitin Wisniewski on the outside here as they work round the 4th corner, and a bit of weird contact there.
Yeah, that was very, very weird, and then just continued to be 3 and 4 abreast as they worked in through that middle sector. Were they 4 wide up to turn 3 for the first time of asking, Lewis? I think they were.
Oh yeah, almost certainly. I mean, they're going to be 4 wide at some point in this 36 car field, but at the front of the field, importantly though, it has returned to single file action. We've got a Virtus Pro heading to Williams, heading a Team Nitro, heading another Virtus Pro. So for Williams and Virtus Pro and Team Nitro at the moment, remember, the top 2 cars of each of your teams score points, and they have a lockout basically in the top 6. So for those 3 teams, it's definitely those 3 moving through into the semi-finals at the moment. This is a replay further down the field, of course, seeing more spins happening down here. It's just chaos going into turn 3. Gladius backwards, got another BS competition backwards. Goodness me, good luck, race control.
I was just about to say, race control will be busy. We may have a brief hold as we might have to figure out which of the 6 teams advance to the semi-finals. Apologies, I think I said 4 slightly earlier on. I was mixing myself up. It's 6 teams, half the teams eliminated, half to move on forward. That was a lot of bouncing around as the pogo stick went kaboom for Mitchy Tauscher. Team Nitro up to 6th position, lost a bit of ground. In the rearview mirrors, Mangiani starting to put the pressure on him. Walshingham has had a decent start to this race. From, what was it, 14th up to 8th?
Yeah, indeed. But importantly for Walshingham, his teammates not really there. I was going to say about the Gladius team. Obviously, we've got Magnini here in 7th position. I think the next one is Lomi, potentially in 16th position. So maybe not too bad of a point score if you want to be in the top 6. But when such a heavy amount of those points are being taken by the top 3 teams, the rest of them are all fighting over the scraps, and that's where things are really up in the air. I mean, look around in this group and find 2 teammates near each other. There aren't really many behind the top 6.
Those that find themselves in prime position right now, and it could end up being influenced by the penalty points. Race Control having to be busy. They could be, well, very influential on the proceedings of this final result. On board with Angiani. Always great to be able to see the webcam. Just look at him lean into the corner. He's just coaxing that car around, not trying to ask for too much from the tires underneath him. Starting to pull away from those outside the top 10 as well. It's not just the front that's having their bit of a breakaway now, but with all of that chaos in the mid and the backpack of the field, even these drivers on the edge of the top 10 have got a bit more clean air with which to work.
Yeah, indeed. Walsingham onto the rear end then, and might be able to also go for a move fairly soon. Fast lap comes in from second place, Dominic Blyer. I actually don't believe we'll see too much fighting from the top 6, because again, like we've seen in all of the previous races, as soon as you know that you're locked in position and that your teammate's in view, why would you risk it? There is absolutely no need for any risk to be taken. For Walsingham, who has Tinko van der Velde behind him, considering Williams' position, obviously being further up the order with second and third at the moment, Tinko van der Velde's basically in this for, well, banter's sake at the moment, because he's not adding any points to the team. But if he makes a mistake, obviously those penalty points could be taken away from the team, so he has to still be relatively careful. That's it, heading through to the semi-finals. You want to deflate any confidence any other teams had, so maybe Dominic Blyer does want to go for a race victory, but I think he'll probably remain in second unless there's the opportunity. Never mind. Oh my goodness, what a mistake.
Almost presented itself right as Lewis was speaking. Is that the curse of the commentator?
No, because I'm happy.
Well, you tell me. Anyway,
nothing happened.
Blyer almost happened. 6 minutes left on the clock. We are halfway through this race. Blyer looking to his right. I'm wondering what sort of information he's being given by the team right now. Obviously being told that Pfeffer's right behind him, Van der Velde's in 9. And maybe that gives you a bit more protection, Lewis. Yes, you don't want to get involved with race control by any means, but to what you're saying about momentum and making a statement, when you've got 2 teammates already inside the top 10, maybe you can be a bit more bashful in your looks to try and make some moves.
Yeah, but you can be, but I just don't think there's any need to be, right? And that's kind of one of those things where I think, realistically speaking, unless there's a mistake from Fiala or, you know, just an unbelievable run from Dominic Blyer, you're not going to see any switches here. Might see a couple of switches behind as Darren McCormack will look to the outside of Tobias Groenewold. That one might work out in favour of the Irishman, who will look to the outside, picking up a little bit of slipstream from Tobias Pfeffer, of course, driving for the team that he was a part of, 9 months ago, when he was a Williams driver. Alas, not anymore. To the outside at turn 4, he's going to go. I think he might complete the move at Schlossgold. No, he will not.
Still feels a bit weird not seeing Dara in the traditional Williams colours, but obviously a very strong lineup now for Virtus Pro, with Wojciech Fiala leading the way, and that's maybe a bit of something to keep our eye on. Dara's kind of been known in the past as Mr. ACC, but the last few years being spent on Rennsport, maybe there's the opportunity for those other drivers to make themselves known a little bit more. We're seeing Fiala with a great run so far. Statsenko's still in 13th, so by no means is he completely out of the mix of things right now. They've got 3 very capable drivers, Lewis, exactly what they want going into the final. That will be what they're all thinking about, right? When you're only up against another team and it's 3 drivers up against 3 other drivers.
Oh, maybe a bit deep on the brakes there from McCormack, but far be it from me to judge his braking zone closed right up onto the rear end of Tobias Groenewold. Like I say, at the moment, we're seeing our top 3 teams at the moment here in this competition, here in the quarterfinals. But again, as you quite rightly say, that fight is going to be a little bit more brutal in the next race when it's only 2 that go through into the final. That is going to be tough. That is going to be hard to work out, and as to which one is going to be the one Honestly, try and pick them apart right now, because you've got Wojtek Fiala, who is leading the race for Virtus Pro. Darren McCormack's back there in 5th position. Williams have the highest, have a 2nd and 3rd position. Then also have Tinko van der Velde running in just 9th position. Team Nitro, maybe the slight outsiders there with Grunewald, Tauscher, but I would say that they've got a lot more to offer this championship at the moment than just the 4th and 6th they're currently running in. So, which two of those 3 is going through into the final is going to be absolutely baffling. And I think once we get into the semi-final, we're going to see some feisty handbags at dawn between these 3 teams.
And let's not forget for Team Nitro, they could have had Bastian Richter up in the mix as well, but he got tangled up on the opening lap of the race. All 3 of these teams have got 3 very solid drivers. It comes down to the narrowest of margins. The other teams that we think will be advancing, I think Gladius look good. I think Visceral potentially are on that bubble as well. Lewis, it's that 3rd and final of the 2nd group of teams moving forward that I haven't quite figured out who it would be just yet. It could be BS with Stapleford and Wisniewski in 11th and 16th spot right now.
It could be. Like I say, it's quite hard to work out on that one as McCormack once again goes on the attack to try and take away 4th position, or will remain in that spot. Yeah, it's really hard to work out who else is going through into the semi-finals, but even then, Race Control, I'm sure, will have a lot to say about this race. In those positions further down, the top 3 will be pretty secured. Everyone else, big question marks on. 90 seconds left to go in the race, so we'll have a lap and a bit left to go in this race. Once we cross the line, that will be the final lap of the race that will be beginning. Bit of a look to the inside. McCormack's getting a little bit racy here. Maybe unnecessarily, but to be fair, what a way to suss out where you can make some moves in this race when basically everything's set and sorted.
Yeah, exactly. You're learning about your competitors just that little bit more. As Mitchie Tauscher ducks out of line, not quite sure what that was in aid of. 1 lap left to go. It could also be close with Veloce Thrustmaster. Walshingham's in 7th, and then Ian Mulo's down in 21st. That will be 28 points on the board for them. Stapleford and Wisniewski would combine for 27. So they could be 1 point, 1 position to the good going on to this final lap of the quarterfinal.
Yeah, one last run around this fantastic track here in the quarterfinals. How things will unfold in the semi-finals, I think, will be very different than what we've had here between the top grouping, where things won't be so calm. No fighting, really. Certainly not between the top 2. Fiala and Blyer have been running around very comfortably with each other in 1st and 2nd spot. Those behind, the only real attacks will be coming in from Darren McCormack. Behind all that, an absolute chaos in the opening stages of this race. Time is ticking down to 0. It's about to hit 0. The checker flag's being prepared, I'm sure.
There are a couple of things still under investigation at the front of this field as well, so we will wait and see what Race Control is going to say, but at least if you believe the math of the commentators, it's Virtus Pro, Williams Sim Racing, and Team Nitro in very good positions. They have been the 3 most consistent teams so far in this opening round of the ERL powered by Nitro Concepts. And Wojtek Fiala, who might not have been the Virtus Pro driver that everyone was focused towards, he might make a statement here. The first time all the drivers from a team have been on track at the very same time, and it will be Fiala taking top honors for Virtus Pro in the quarterfinals of the ERL here at the Red Bull Ring.
Great drive from Wojtek Fiala and a fantastic performance. Look at this tight fight. All these points could really matter across the line. Stephen Rout keeping Tinko van der Velde at bay, who dropped back in the last moments of the race. Robbie Stapleford promotes himself up into 11th position. Here's Bastian Richter across the line. I guarantee Bastian Richter got dropped down to the rear of the field and then tried pretty much nothing for a boring 12-minute drive to see the checkered flag. Why would you get involved when effectively all you could do is take points away from your teammates?
And I think that might be the car that he got involved with, showing the battle scars of a 12-minute quarterfinal is Reina Talvar. We'll find out if BS Competition have done enough. My math shows that is very, very close. Niels, an interesting quarterfinal. The first time, like I said, all the drivers from a team on track at the same time.
Yeah, again, lots of, well, not lots of strategy, but one strategy at play, which is to kind of stick to position if you see it's enough. And then the battle happening around P10 somewhere, where it then gets harder to track how the situation really is. I guess just difficult to follow even for the team managers to see where all the drivers of all the teams are currently placed and which are the two best placed to figure out how it currently is. But yeah, everybody really calm. Dara just playing a bit with the Nitro guys there. But I think he felt comfortable that there was no risk coming from behind.
And at the front, Lewis, I think we saw a lot of that testing, right? The understanding of the other drivers going into the semifinals and the finals, just to what Niels was saying at the start with, net code and understanding how the car is going to race. Now you're starting to dial in the even more granular details. Now you're looking at your competitors.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to piece them out. You got to suss them together. See, especially if you're sat in second position like Dominic Blyer was throughout that race, I kind of want to be sat there thinking, right, where is Wojtek Fiala weak? Where is he strong? I don't need to go for a move in this race, but I'm just eyeing that up to see if there is any weak spots across his lap that I could take advantage of in the next race. And as Niels was saying, McCormack there playing about a little bit with the Team Nitro drivers again, maybe seeing where they're a little bit weak, knowing that there's probably not too much risk with where they are, and also, to be fair, knowing that realistically they were going through anyway because of even Statsenko's position was high enough, along with Wojtek Fiala's victory. But even with that, also the trust and faith that he has also in the Team Nitro drivers, who he's raced quite a lot over the last 4 or 5 years, where you can kind of go toe to toe with them without worrying that it's going to end with the pair of you in the gravel trap.
Let's see if we can catch up with Wojtek Fiala after his victory in the quarterfinal. First off, congratulations, a sterling drive with all the pressure from behind. What was the qualifying lap like? Was there any more time that you think you could have got from the Camaro?
I don't really think so, honestly. That was my PB, so yeah, I don't really know how that happened, to be completely honest.
It's a good sign when you get your PB in qualifying. It was only 58 thousandths clear of 2 machines behind you, so I think that shows just how fine those limits are here at the Red Bull Ring. Talk to us about the race itself. Did that seem as easy as it kind of looked to us?
I was under quite a lot of pressure from Dom, because obviously he's very, very quick. So yeah, but I knew that he's a respectful driver, and that considering we used to be teammates, so we hold some respect to each other as well. So I always knew it was going to be clean. So yeah.
How are you feeling now going into the semi-finals and then hopefully the finals? Are you feeling like you're really starting to get to grips with this car and track combination?
Yeah, it does give me a lot more confidence, to be fair, yeah. So yeah, we definitely have the pace. So if all goes well, we should end up there.
And how much dialing in of this setup have you done? We were kind of wondering, obviously this being the only open setup event of the Esports Racing League, how much time and effort did you and the team spend to maximize the performance?
I mean, we did spend some time on it, but in this game the setups are pretty much copy-paste on every track, so there isn't really too much you can do with the setup, so most of the people are on level playing field. So yeah, it's basically about driving. That's it.
Appreciate the insight. Congratulations on the great drive in the quarterfinal. We'll see you out there on track for the semi-final.
Thank you very much. See ya.
And provisionally, these are still, I think, waiting for some final race control investigations. Williams, Virtus Pro, and Team Nitro. Those are the teams that we knew would be good. Visceral, Gladius Competitions, and BS Plus Competition by one singular point might just have advanced to the semi-final over the likes of Veloce Thrustmaster and the ERE Race Esport team. Niels, obviously, you'll be quite happy that BS Competition made their way on forward, but that's what makes this format so unique, right? Is that even with Walshingham finishing up there in 8th position, without having teammates to back him up, BS Plus finishing 11th and 16th do enough to move forward.
Yeah, I don't think BS Competition really expected to go through with these results. And certainly Aiden would have hoped that his finishing would be enough, but yeah, just isn't the case.
And this is where it can be difficult as teammates, right? Because you're not trying to place blame on a specific driver or anything. You're just going to go back and regroup if you didn't qualify on forward to understand how you can improve your performance for the next rounds, right?
I mean, next round is a different game, right?
Yes.
So that's shuffling the cards anyway. I think here we had the big incident at the start, so difficult to now already put blame. We have a guest here.
Yes, nice fan of yours.
Yeah, I don't know. The margins were so tight, as you said, half a second for 30 positions. Hard to blame anyone. I guess everybody at that point in time will be very close to what they can really achieve. So the only thing you can do is, as a team, put more effort, put more time in the game, perhaps. I don't know, get more creative with draft techniques and setup. But other than that, that's just what the distribution of forces is.
Are there any teams, Lewis, that you're surprised are leaving us here in the quarterfinals, not advancing forward to the semifinals?
No, not really, Ben. I kind of try and not be too surprised in this, because at the end of the day, you are losing 50% of the field, right? And so there are going to be shocks either side of it, right? It's so like you're going to have to go out at some point, whether it's now or whether you're one of the two teams that work your way through into the final. But let's be honest, across the 23 teams that take part, 21 of them aren't seeing that final. So percentage chance, you're probably not going to that final. So at this point, no real shocks. I think obviously we've got race control still checking over some things, because Veloce and BS Competition are so close, only a point separating them. And it's like that would be the one, either one of those two, BS Competition or Thrustmaster, or Veloce Thrustmaster. I'm shocked that either one of those two are going out. We know one of them is, obviously at this point it is more likely that it is Veloce, but it's a shock that one of those two is going out. I think the main shock for the evening thus far is how relatively good Gladius have been, really working their way up into one of the top teams there, going through into the semi-finals. That is pretty much nailed. I don't even really receive enough penalty points for them to be knocked out. They've been the real standout team so far, I think, as the most shocking in that sense.
I agree with you. We just got word that there are 6 further investigations which Race Control has now got to work their way through. So I guess that tends to happen. When you put the most number of cars on track for the evening, you will get the most number of Race Control things to look through as well. And so probably a bit of a hold for us here before we go racing for the semi-finals. We're down to the top 6 teams here on Assetto Corsa Competizione in the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts. Don't go anywhere. More action to come from the Styrian Mountains. Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. We have our 6 teams ready to rumble in the semi-finals: Williams Sim Racing, Virtus Pro, Team Nitro, Gladius Competitions, Visceral Esports, and BS Plus Competition. My name's Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside by Lewis McLeod. Our expert analyst is Niels Naujoks. And Lewis, this is where we really start to get into the business end of things. We have whittled down our field of 23 teams to 6. Time to find the 2 to battle in the finals.
Yeah, one race to decide that, of course, and it'll be the top 2 teams to move through into a head-to-head. You can see there on the left-hand side, those first 3 stick with the green bar: Williams Sim Racing, Virtus Pro, Team Nitro, Gladius Competitions, Visceral, and BS Competition will all be in action. Realistically, you could say, based on the points there, that the favourites are Williams Sim Racing or Virtus Pro to move through into the final. But Team Nitro, do not count them out. They will be they'll be hotly contesting that top 3 position. And the thing is, if they all fight too much amongst themselves, Arjuna, it could open up the opportunity for a Gladius, a Visceral, or a BS Competition to work their way through. We've already seen some pretty feisty racing from the 3 of them.
And Niels, given how crazy the quarterfinal was, 12 times 3, we had 36 cars on track. It's going to be a bit more manageable with just 18 cars on the track for the semi-final, which is good for race control, which is, I think, what we care about a little bit, but also easier for the drivers, right? A little less chaotic, a little less jam-packed, although every position is worth just as much.
Yeah, for now, in the qualifying, everybody can focus on themselves a little more, make sure to get their best lap in undistracted. But yeah, as it becomes more teams with every stage we go through, the battles move further up the grid. So I'm hoping we'll see something for P1 actually, and get them to, yeah, maybe not rub doors, but get a little more risky, try a little bit more, not pull back as much as they did in the previous races, because now it really starts to count.
Agreed. I'm hoping for at least a bit of banging door handles for the lead of this race, because Lewis, Niels makes a good point. We haven't seen wheel-to-wheel action for a lead of the race just yet, because everyone's been quite content to sit behind and bring their team forward through this format.
Yeah, and this is, like I say, very different part of the competition. Yes, let's say, for example, we might have a team, let's say Williams, they score, they get first and second in qualifying, and they start running everything because it's going to be a 1-2. Yeah, sure, they're probably not going to fight. They're not going to fight between themselves, but there's going to be really intense fighting behind for that last team to move through into the final. And the likelihood of a team getting a 1-2 in this is actually quite unlikely. Certainly from what we saw there in the quarterfinals, even if they do, they're going to be closely contested with the other 2 teams as expected. So, Williams, Virtus Pro, and of course Team Nitro are all expected to be at the front. But again, I promise you cannot count out the rest of the teams, especially now with a lot more clean air around this circuit, a lot more space to work into. I suspect there's going to be a few less qualifying issues for some of the drivers.
But on that same regard, given that, there are fewer cars around the track, you have a bit more opportunity to work together without being impeded. How important, Lewis, will this draft end up being? I'm sitting here thinking you'd probably want to come out amongst your teammates. There's one machine for Virtus Pro that's decided, I can run at the front by myself. That's Dara McCormack, fair enough. But already a couple of the Williams Sim Racing teammates working together. The problem is it's a short qualifying session and you've got 3 drivers. I don't think you can work together to ensure everyone's going to get a flying lap with the tow as well.
But I still maintain this, and it is the hill I'll die on when it comes to qualifying, and when it comes to trying to find the slipstream and trying to find your teammates and trying to do this and trying to do that and trying to don't. Just, I promise you, you will qualify better if you do what Darren McCormack's doing here. Go out onto the circuit into as much clean air as you can possibly find. Obviously, thankful to him, it is the front of the field, so it is the cleanest of clean air, and just do your lap. Go as fast as you can go. Trying to pick up the slipstream, trying to pick up this, you're more likely to be distracted by someone, to trip up on someone else's mistake. This guarantees you a perfect run at a good lap. You're the one then that has to nail it. There's no outside factors that's going to distract you, so I think this is the best way of doing it.
And he looks so calm right now. He looks locked in and just zeroed in on the target, which is that optimal lap time. Oh, right as I said, that little bit of a slip up for him, Lewis, as he descends through the first of the left-handers.
But this is the thing, is that he can't blame that on anyone else. That was his mistake, driving in a little bit too hot into turn 5, asking a little bit too much of the tyres. Not long left to go in this qualifying session. There's a bit of an exhale there coming in from McCormack on the right-hand side. I'm sure frustrated by that. But alas, you've got to finish off the lap to see what it's going to be. See what he can do through the final corner and up towards the line. But obviously this is not going to be pole position off that significant mistake at turn 5.
So what will the time be, though? And that's the more important thing. Is he going to pull off and reset to pit lane and reset those tyres? He's only about 1/10 of a second actually off, so it's not by any means a poor qualifying time. But his teammate Wojciech Fiala back to the top of the field. That's a very impressive qualifying effort from him so far.
Shout out to Lomi, though, up there in second position, one of the Gladius drivers. So that's a superb performance in qualifying thus far. Second position, obviously a lot more left to come. Bastian Richter across the line. Nikodem Wisniewski for BS Competition then goes up into 4th. So we have a Virtus Pro, we have a Gladius, we have a Williams, we've got BS Competition. Oh, actually, I have all 6 of our teams in the top 6. So that's a fun one to work out, of course. Also, no, I could do some maths, fine. I can't read.
I mean, we knew you couldn't read. We also knew you couldn't do maths, so, you know, it's fair enough. Commentators, we struggle with both. But we struggle with both of them at the end of the day, right? So it's all you need to think about is just trying to get your P's and Q's out there. Robbie Stableford really does have to deliver in my mind here, because Wisniewski's clearly brought some speed with him. And without disparaging Rainer Talvar, we know he's more of an iRacing guy, so I'm not expecting him to set the timesheets alive. So if BS Competition, A, want to advance to the final, but maybe B, more pertinently for them, Lewis, they want to score some good points in the semi-final. Remember, the 4 teams that don't advance still score points in their championship hope. I think this is a very important lap for the Stapler. He's got a smile on his face, so hopefully it's going all right.
It's one of those ones where it's like, it's really difficult to sit there and be like, well, our Stableford's under-delivered tonight. Yeah, he's not been where he needs to be. We need to see him towards front. But then, of course, he did take that all-important victory that put them through into the quarterfinals. So it's kind of one of those ones of, it's been a bit of a mixed bag for Stableford. But you're absolutely right. Nikodem Wisniewski's really pushed himself to the fore that Stableford really needs to be in. So must be a good lap here from the Stapler. Also going to need to be a good one from Darren McCormack to move up and assist his teammate. Senko's in 10th position, but of course one of his teammates on pole position in Wojciech Fiala. Dom Blyer ready to start his final lap of this qualifying session. In 3rd position at the moment, the highest placed Williams driver, Tinko van der Velde, there in 5th position. And a reminder of the 6 teams that we have out in this qualifying session, just 2 of them will win the race, obviously. Just 2 of them will be progressing through into a best-of-3 final.
I see a bit of different approaches here by different drivers. In a short session like that, you can either choose to do 2 runs, so 2 sets of tires, lower fuel amount, but it's usually just 1 or 2 laps where you can really use the tire. The first flyer, the tire is not quite there yet. The time can be good, but usually the second flyer, the lap time will be a 1/10 or 2 better, or have better potential if you can really squeeze it out. And if you do 2 runs, you essentially have 2 laps where you can really set the pole position time. And I saw from Robbie, for example, it seems to be in a different mood where he just chose to do 1 longer run, it seemed, because the others were all pitting and he was just going on more flyers right away. So it looks to me like he did fuel for 4 or 5 flyers or something, just to get into a flow, because it can be quite disrupting when you reset the car and you really only have 1 lap available. So maybe he just tried to get in the groove instead, do a couple more flyers to have more attempts essentially, and get warm with the car and set his time that way.
Well, clock strike 0. Fast laps will count. Does Dominic Blyer have something in his pocket? It looked as though the middle sector was maybe not a full push. He's only a half a 1/10, if that, off of his previous best. So the consistency was there, just not the raw speed to improve.
And the fear factor for everyone else is, I said it was unlikely there was going to be a 1-2 in this session. Well, we got a 1-2. It's now been changed as Mitchie Tauscher goes into 2nd position, but Fiala and McCormack there for Virtus Pro looking very strong. We've got Nikodem Wisniewski getting a little bit of assistance here, of course, from his team. I believe it's Rainer Talvar. No, it is Robbie Stableford directly ahead of him. They're running around the circuit. Stapleford just in 16th position. I think the session might be coming to a close with him further down the order than definitely he would want. I'm not sure he's going to be improving here, certainly not with a big kick of oversteer in the second sector. And he's pulling over. That's it.
It's the coordination now. Is this just kind of the chance for BS Plus Competition to get Nicodem as high up the running order as possible? Because again, I'll just reiterate that, Lewis, even if you don't advance to the finals, there are points that you want to accumulate, because after the first 5 regular season events will only take the top 4 teams to Sim Formula Europe for an in-person finale on the last garage. So every point could matter as the qualifying session comes to a close.
Yeah, I mean, that's just sometimes how it goes. You've got to make sure that you're getting through at least into the semi-finals on a consistent basis. And, you know, for teams like BS Competition, that has been achieved at least that far. But we'll have to wait and see how the season's going to unfold, because I don't think it's going to be a particularly predictable narrative all the way until the end of the season. One thing that might be slightly more predictable is who our top team is. Based on that quarterfinal, Wojtek Fiala absolutely flying around this circuit. Another pole position and another solid qualifying result from Virtus Pro. McCormack rescued that one.
I'm looking at the gaps here as well. 20 thousandths between Fiala and Tauscher, then another 3. The 30 thousandths back to Dara McCormack. Half a tenth covers the front 3 cars. And so again, Niels, the margins in these qualifying sessions, you talked about the differing approaches. They are so the margins are so fine. The approaches really do matter.
It does, and I mean, it gets more complicated when we're talking about actual sims compared to Gran Turismo, for example, or the F1 games. Even the outlap already matters. When the tire is a bit colder on the GT4s, then they pick up more graining if you're driving too aggressively, so they're not quite there on the flying laps. Usually the drivers tend to ignore it because we have preheated tires, but it matters a tiny bit. You just don't want to slip the tires too much on the outlap. So even if you're kind of out of, for example, returning to the garage late for another run, you're under pressure to deliver a fast outlap without hurting the tire. So it is quite stressful in these short 10-minute or 8-minute qualifyings, and they go past much faster than the time available suggests. I was a bit surprised also by Toby Pfeffer, actually, who is... Yeah, who normally qualifies in the top 5 easily, but now he's there, what's that, P10, P12?
13. You're right. Crazy. How would you have done this qualifying, Niels?
Oh, probably would have gone for the 2-run approach, where you really have a light car. Those 5 kilos less or 10 kilos less that you can carry around really matter. Because I usually am confident to bring my lap together, but depends on the day, depends on the track, depends on the preparation you did. That can always be a race where you decide to rather do more laps in a row to get into the flow, which gives you the faster lap time in the end. But for these races where it's esport, where it's for money, at the end of the day, usually preparation is enough to, yeah, you should be confident at least in qualifying.
Indeed. Well, here we go then. They're getting themselves ready. 12 minutes onto the clock. Arjuna, very quickly, you've got a small window. You know what I'm going to do. Who's going through which 2 teams?
Well, Virtus Pro, they have to be the presumptive favourite. Then it's between Team Nitro and Williams. Flip a coin. I'll go with Team Nitro, just because. History for them, of course, formerly known as Unicorns of Love.
I don't have a Unicorns of Love or a Team Nitro t-shirt. I do have a Williams one, though, so I'll flip the coin and go the other way. I'll say Virtus Pro and Williams, but who knows? Might not even be Virtus Pro. We bring ourselves to the start of the race. The green flag is in the air, and Wojtek Fiala will lead up into the first corner from Mitchie Tauscher, side by side for third position, as Lomi will try and fend off McCormack. Has got to the outside going into that first corner. Few drivers running out wide. McCormack will settle himself into third position. Then it's Lomi, then it's Blyer. Then, of course, we have Nicodem Wisniewski right on board with Grantless Caracas in the Visceral Esports car. He's got Tobias Grunewald on his inside for Team Nitro. Plenty of side-by-side as there's another look. Lomi down the inside of McCormack. There was contact there onto the rear end of Blyer as well as they depart the third corner. And the Gladius cars are coming together.
I mean, all the good work Lomi's doing, not really being helped right now, is he, by Mangiani and Seminara, so hoping that he'll get a bit of assistance. He goes offensive, he forces Dara McCormack out of the way, pushes him out of third position, and now watch behind, McCormack under fire from Nicodem Wisniewski, trying to go the long way around.
Yeah, Wisniewski will have the outside line, but obviously the inside here is going to be favourable. If you can hang on the outside, it's great, but of course doing that, especially on the outside of Darren McCormack, unlikely. It's opened the door for Blyer to come straight back through, and also for Tobias Gronewold, and also for the visceral car of Grantas Caracas. It's all falling apart a little bit for Nikodem Wisniewski. Polish driver starting to feel the pressure. Bastian Richter not too far behind. I believe at present it would be Virtus Pro and Team Nitro, courtesy of Tobias Beffer, not really assisting his teammates up the order at the moment.
I would agree with that. Tauscher and Gronewold would combine for 9 points, and Blyer would combine with Tinko van der Velde a little bit further down through the field. Bastian Richter has just ran directly into the back of one of the BS competition machines, off into the inside wall for one of the Virtus Pro cars, I'm pretty sure that was. But Lewis, Bastian Richter surely now gets penalty points and blows everything wide open.
Yeah, to be fair, he could have been pushed into that. I don't know. We'd have to see that one from off board, but it does appear that IQ might have entered negative digits. We'll have to wait and see. Up towards turn 3 they go as they work their way around. Let's see as we check on the off board. This was a little bit further down in the race. Of course, trying to work their way through all of that carnage. Absolute chaos.
That was just unfortunate. Nikodem Wisniewski getting tangled up. Really, I don't think could have done too much about all of that. Now his teammates wheel to wheel. That's Robbie Stapleford, who's, well, a little bit aggressive on cutting the door closed on Stubenrauch, and it's going to allow the switch back. He gets out of sorts to Stapleford. I mean, you are right, Lewis. There was a bit of a push for Bastian Richter, and that actually will now come down on the Williams Sim Racing team, won't it?
Yeah, Tinko van der Velde tapping the rear end of Bastian Richter, pushing him into it. Did think that he's, Richter's not the kind of guy that would make that kind of mistake. So, yeah, either way, there's been some tapping and there has been some spinning. There has been some crashing. Let me tell you, race control, you're going to be busy. That is for sure. They've got 8 minutes and 40 seconds, though, to try and get through as much as they can. Otherwise, we're going to have a long old wait before the final.
Well, you say that, but just looking again at where everyone is, Lomi still in 3rd. Where's the nearest of his teammates? All the way down in 12th. So that's not actually going to put them in a great position by any means. So it's Virtus Pro in control now. And if you're Darren McCormack, surely you get told by your team manager, don't need to fight Dominic Blyer too hard. Keep yourself alive, stay out of trouble, and don't tangle with your former teammate in that Williams Sim Racing car.
Yeah, but, I don't think Blyer is going to be so accommodating there, as he's going to look down the inside straight away, coming down to Schloss Gold. As much as McCormack might want to sit there in 4th position, Dominic Blyer says absolutely not, mate. You're absolutely right, though. Virtus Pro still in this position. 1st and 5th, they're still in position to move through. Let's see what happened with Robbie Stapleford. Is a bit further down the order, of course. He's got Gladius all over the rear end of him. This is going to be a tight battle, of course, for 11th position, but I will say Stapleford's done a good job working his way up the order, having picked up from basically the rear of the field. It's a shame that Wisniewski is out of the race. Same with Stutsenko, of course, the 3rd of the Virtus Pro drivers.
Yeah, that was the car that also tangled up with Wisniewski on the inside. Virtus Pro still in a decent spot. They'll have 6 points. Now, Team Nitro, with Michi Tauscher really putting the pressure on to your race leader. 2 + 6 = 8. So it's still Virtus Pro and Team Nitro in the best positions, and I don't really know who can challenge them at this point, Lewis. You might look at Visceral. They've got Grantas Caracas in 7th, Stubenrauch in 9th. That still combines to 15 points, though, so they are a whole 7 points or 7 positions behind Team Nitro right now.
Yeah, indeed. But there's a thing, so if you're in Michi Tauscher's boots, there's no need to win this race, and so I think we are seeing what we've seen in the previous few races. He'll sit there in 2nd position. If there is an opportunity, he'll go for it. But right now, it is about protecting. It's about looking after. It is about going through into the final, and then all gloves are off in the best of 3 final. We'll be seeing up to cap off the evening's racing. Wojtek Fiala is, at the moment, the one he might be showing himself as a bit of the form man in this thus far. 2 pole positions and solidly in position for another victory.
Statement being made
I'd say, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, Niels.
I'd say the dust has settled a bit now. The first hard fights are out of the way, and I think now that the teams are just settling to find out where they stand. And the most interesting question, I think, right now is how big the penalty for Team Nitro is going to be for Sebastian there for the incident in turn 1. And then we really need to look out for the team in P3 that could benefit from that.
I think I initially had thought Bastian would get a penalty, but I think after the replay, I'm not so... I feel like Team Nitro should be absolved of the blame for that contact, unless there was something else that we missed out on. They might be good. Lewis, this is a question for your memory, which does tend to be a little bit better than mine. Were the Unicorns of Love in every single final that we had in the initial Esports Racing League on Assetto Corsa Competizione?
That is testing my memory. And I am not that smart. I'm 100% sure somewhere I've got a spreadsheet that's got it on though.
So dig it up for the next round, baby.
Well, it's probably unlikely I'll find it now, but I'll give it a go.
Well, I meant for LMU. I wasn't expecting you to dig it out now, but if you can, that would be amazing stuff as Dominic Blyer tries to go the long way around on Dara McCormack.
Yeah, certainly so. Like I say, some big looks coming in. McCormack fading his way back past Blyer. Lomi, the one that seems slightly out of position here, and instantly we'll get a look down the inside from McCormack, but dragging that Gladius Competitions car right up to the head of this. Again, absolutely fantastic.
It's great stuff. And this is where we're also starting to see now with fewer cars on track, there is a bit more incentive to fight higher up through the field. So maybe in a quarterfinal, this may not have been a battle that would have been fought so intensely. Dominic Blyer's got nowhere to go but forward now if he wants to bring Williams Sim Racing forward. And 4 minutes left on the clock. Time is running short. And this race slightly longer as well than the heats, Lewis. So that's something else that maybe we are factoring in now. The drivers have gotten more and more seat time as we've worked our way through the evening, and surely at this point should be pretty dialed in with the conditions, the track and the car.
Yeah, indeed. By the way, I was going to go through all of the spreadsheets. There's so many spreadsheets about ERL back in that year. My goodness, I wouldn't even know where to begin going through all of that. But let's just go with yes on that the Unicorns Love did get through all the fog. I think they did. I'm pretty sure they were always the team to beat on ACC. They
were. However, Luca Monroe has just dived in his book of anoraks. I don't know if that's actually the way to say it, but anyway, 2 finals they did not make it through. It was the ERL Summer Cup and the ERL Fall Cup, but that's still a pretty good track record if you ask me.
Oh yeah, they were definitely the team to beat. That's there you go, some good knowledge there from Luca Monroe. Not got the BBB though, but that's fine. I'll keep the big book to myself somewhere.
I would have thought that's the BBS.
Well, it would be BBBS.
BBS, yes.
Yeah, exactly. You got to factor all the B's in. It's a lot to go through. That's why you just trim it down, the 3 B's. It's fine. We've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in this race, and things are relatively settled in first and second. Third position, Lomi is going to start feeling the pressure, I think, from McCormack. I think McCormack will try something here. I think he will absolutely try something here. But the thing is that Senko's not scoring any points really for the team, so he can't try anything too silly.
Yeah, you don't want to force the issue, but going back to what we were saying, even in those quarter and semi-finals, now you're starting to suss out your competition and what you can do to them. Now, McCormack's not so worried about Lomi as a potential finalist, but he's just looking at the moves, which by no means appear easy. He's on the lights trying to put the pressure into the mind of the Gladius Competitions driver, who hasn't broken just yet, Lewis. And I think you had said it slightly earlier. What a qualifying effort from Lomi once again. Not for the first time today either.
Certainly not. I mean, look, this is something to keep an eye on. The only problem is, I would say that Gladius, this is their favoured platform, but for not one of our main teams, one of the contender teams, to get this far in the competition and to look this strong, they're going to be scoring some decent points when it comes to the overall championship standings here on ACC. So you got to say they are making the most of this situation 100%. They are in a solid position here on ACC, and they have very much delivered a solid round against the titans of esports that we have on this field and here on ACC.
And this might be their preferred platform, if I remember correctly. So
Yeah.
I think what we are seeing is that preparation meets opportunity, right? You're given the chance to fight against the best teams in sim racing, and you show yourself. It's going to be very interesting, Lewis, in 2 weeks' time when we're on LMU in a very different style of racing as well. Yes, they won't drive too dissimilarly, but GT4 to LMP2 will be quite a jump. I think Gladius will be a team to watch, definitely the contender team to keep our eye on moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. I also, I don't know. I'm still, LMU's still pretty new, and I'm still sure there's a few drivers that are getting to grips with it. But then I'm also thinking that because of that, a few drivers that have been putting in a good few laps. Maybe Gladius have been putting in a few good laps on it. Who knows? At the moment, they're putting in some few good laps now. As once again, Lomi continues to hold McCormack at bay. This is first and second. Fiala, Tauscher, nothing happening up here. They're going to be going to the checkered flag because right now it does seem as though it is going to be Virtus Pro versus Team Nitro in the best of 3 final later on this evening. They are the ones in position. There is a bit of battling happening behind though, as we'll see some fights for some minor places as well.
But at least I think what we were thinking at the start after those opening couple of laps has held true, Lewis. Virtus Pro were in the best position of all the teams, and Team Nitro have done just enough. And these were definitely 2 of the 3 teams that many had circled to be competing in the finals. The form book has played out like that as long as race control doesn't feel the need to intervene. And now we are set with our 2 teams ready to compete in the best of 3 matchup.
Yeah, another fantastic drive, a fantastic pole position, and a fantastic race from Wojtek Fiala to take victory here in the semi-final. A route through into the final for Virtus Pro, and a route through as well for Team Nitro. They'll go toe-to-toe in a best-of-3 final. That'll be coming up in a few moments' time for sure, but for right now, it's Fiala on top, proving he can get it done twice this evening.
And the first repeat winner in this reincarnation of the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts. We'll see how he continues that form moving forward while Virtus Pro bookend the field, both at the front and the back. It doesn't matter so much that Mikhail Stasenko had a bit of a rough ride and finishes a lap down from the rest of his competition. Niels, I think we're pretty confident in saying Virtus Pro versus Team Nitro. That's the final matchup.
Team Nitro increasing their final participation quote.
Exactly. Anything intriguing from that particular race in your view, or was it kind of what you expected?
No, they both teams definitely belong there. Williams belongs there too. I think it was always between those 3. But then, yeah, it's once something happens to you, the other drivers or other teams very quickly understand the situations and know how to protect themselves and not give Williams any chance to come back into this race. Pace is there for everyone. You gain maybe if you're much better, you gain a 10th per lap, and if you lost a second in the first lap or something, it will take you forever to catch back. So that's just how racing goes, unless we add DRS or something.
And we don't need any of that. I think that's for sure. Both Lewis and myself are on that same train of thought. Lewis, as much as it has been difficult to pass at the front of the field, we're in a very different situation once we get underway with the final. Just 2 teams, 3 drivers apiece, and this is where we start to talk about the mind games that sometimes get played. We in the first edition of the ERL, you'd qualify for the first race, you'd invert the result of that race to grid up the second race, and if a third race was needed, you'd qualify again. And so sometimes we'd be talking about that third driver on the team. Do you sacrifice him to make sure you have a driver at the front of the field in race number 2? There's all these different complexions that start to come into play.
But I'll ask you this, Arjuna. Do you think it is hard to race for the race lead? Do you really think it is? Because I think we've just not seen anyone fight for the race lead. I think that's been the critical thing. I think they're perfectly capable of going side by side for the race lead. That send up towards turn 3, that send down into Schlossgold, something in the middle sector. The overtakes are out there. It's just so far this evening, we haven't seen the requirement to do so. That will change in the final. We have to see those moves, unless it's the same team running first and second. Unless Virtus Pro running first and second, which is obviously entirely possible, but it does seem as though they're very equal on pace.
I would agree with that. I think one thing that we are benefiting from Niels, is that while Lewis wanted us to go racing at Kailami, I think one of the benefits of the Red Bull Ring is you realistically can pass in basically every corner. I've seen races where you've seen drivers go side by side for more than a lap at a time. And like Lewis says, patience has been the defining characteristic for our drivers up front so far.
For these cars, it's a super wide track. And of course, during braking, you would maximize your entry points, so they go all the way up to the curb until the track limits really stop them, which also leaves a door on the inside open. And since we have Max Verstappen in F1, and he's probably going to show us the same type of racing in GT4 and GT3 in the future, this is gonna come over to GT3 racing as well. You put your nose there, and you give the other driver the option to end the race there or allow the side-by-side.
My corner, as some would put it as well.
Yeah. Or it could be ours, it could be mine, it could be yours, but definitely a decision has to be made. And as the driver behind, when it's for something, you can put the nose there. Doesn't even have to be a full overlap or whatever people put the thresholds, kind of arbitrary. If the car is there, you can't turn in unless you want to be spun out and hope the penalty kind of sorts it out for you, and you never know how the stewards are going to decide. So the better approach is to allow the side-by-side in these aggressive dive bombs.
And that's what we want, good racing, ideally. Let's catch up once again with Wojciech Fiala, this time chatting with Lewis McLeod.
Yeah, indeed. Another superb drive, another excellent victory. Obviously, again, it seems like there wasn't too much pressure on your shoulders. As much as there was a car there all the way through the race, it was just about keeping your nose clean through that one. You're taking a little bit of a route through into the final where you'll be taking on that team. What are you expecting from that when it comes to the hardcore racing that we're probably going to see in this final?
I have no expectations. I'll just drive, and what happens.
How important do you think qualifying is in the final when, of course, this time it's only 6 drivers in it? Is it still a critical thing to start on pole position, or do you think you can still kind of win and muscle it up from 3rd position, third, 4th, whatever, because it is going to be a little bit more racy?
I mean, with how close it is between all of us, quali is really, really important, because it's nearly impossible to overtake here. I don't know why, but there's like pretty much no good overtaking spots. So yeah, quali, that's the most important.
So high pressure in that qualifying environment, but obviously you need the support of your team. So what's the talk behind the scenes? What's been said as a team going into this? Of course, a very different style of format of racing than what normally is done, where obviously it's your team versus their team. That's it, simple as.
I mean, there isn't really that much to talk about. Like, we just drive and we try to do our best, and that's about it.
You've had some superb pace this evening, and we wish you the best of luck heading into the final. And just hope for some good racing. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Wojciech Fiala there, Arjuna, and again, a good chat.
Let's see, I think if we can also grab a quick word with Mitchie Tauscher. Mitchie, back in an ERL final up against Virtus Pro. What are your expectations of what lies in store?
I don't know. You never really know what will happen in the final, but they're really quick. Fiala's really fast, so it's gonna be difficult, but yeah, we'll do our best.
Wojciech was just saying how important he thinks qualifying is. He thinks it's hard to pass. Do you agree?
Yeah, it's really hard to pass. Like, I had maybe 1 or 2 chances where I could have tried it, but I think even if I tried it, he'd still finish P1. So yeah, qualifying is really important on this track, and yeah, you really need to nail your lap. It's not that easy on this track, but yeah. It's the same for everyone, and we just need to do our best now in the final.
We'll let you go and get ready to qualify. Thanks for chatting with us, Mitchie. Best of luck for the races ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
I found it very interesting, both Lewis and Niels, how we were sitting here talking about how, you can pass at the Red Bull Ring, they're playing it safe. And then both the drivers, Niels, say, no, it's very difficult to pass, actually.
I wonder if they're just trying to manage expectations. So we're not expecting them to finish in a higher position than they think they can achieve. So I think as the race goes, it's gonna be more heated than they make it sound right now. And also what Fiala says, just go out there, drive, do our best, makes me think I'm overthinking my races.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
fair.
not a bad point. Oftentimes, if you get too stuck thinking about stuff, you overanalyze, get stuck in your own ruminations. So I think that's not a bad point. Let's talk predictions. I'll start with you, Niels, because BS Competition aren't in this race. You are allowed to pick. Who do you think comes out on top?
I think in terms of experience, they're equal. In terms of pace potential, they're equal. Could come down to how they feel on this particular day. If they just can lock in, get into the flow, really extract everything they have available in the qualifying, which comes down to also how important they think the race is for them. I think the more you expect of yourself, the more you want to prove of yourself, the more difficult it is to put the time in. But it's character dependent as well. Some people strive when they can be all calm. Some people strive when the pressure is high. On average, I think they'll all qualify P3.
Yeah.
What about you, Lewis? Are you going to sit on the fence as well?
It is a really difficult one because I think this is. I mean, it's a great way to start, but I think this is as 50-50 as it gets, right? And it'll come down to that qualifying. Like I said, it'll come down to nailing that qualifying lap. And even sometimes that might not be enough. It's one of those ones where it's really interesting. It's very up in the air. Every time I'm like, oh yeah, I'd lean a little bit more towards them. But no, I'm still going to go. I think Virtus Pro might have this, mostly because of the pace that Wojtek Fiala has shown over the previous two races, but it is so hard to predict.
I'm going to go against that.
Fair play.
When we talked earlier, we were kind of singling out Statsenko a bit as perhaps kind of a weak spot in the team.
Yeah.
And I think on average, maybe Nitro is better equipped.
Well, one thing we do know is here are your confirmed results as far as I'm aware. No race control intervention for either first or second. 2 penalty points apiece for Williams Sim Racing Gladius competitions, Visceral and BS Plus competition. Williams and Gladius tied on 16 apiece, but the tiebreaker goes the way of Williams Sim Racing with their better race position, and they will grab a couple of extra points in the championship, which could be important for settling who ends up making their way to Sim Formula Europe for our in-person final in this Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts. I realized I never gave my pick, so I'm going to go down with Virtus Pro as well. Although I'm going to make a statement that we get this done in 2 races, Lewis. I know that we've often seen these races go to the third and final race. I don't know. I get that sneaking suspicion. Virtus Pro get it done in 2.
I actually completely agree. I think it'll be 2 races. However, now that we've both said that, I don't know what Niels, do you think 2 races or 3 races?
With a reverse grid, I think 3 is more likely.
Oh, there we go. Okay, at least that's one going against. I was going to say that if we all agreed on 2, it was definitely going to 3. So now it is 50-50. It's fine.
Well, we are underway for qualifying for the first of the races, and remember, we are down to just 6 cars on track, and there is, at least from what we see on the screens in front of us and in front of you, the viewers, no draft games being played. It is just down to the drivers getting the optimal precision on their laps right now, Lewis. And this is their first lap. We'll see what happens if they reset to pit lane and roll back out with a fresh set of tires, or if they decide to cool off and push again on the same set. Team Nitro are working together, though. This is interesting.
Yeah,
I went to pit lane in between and asked the Veloce guys in Discord. They were saying that following one another does give some draft, but are also noticeably disadvantaged in the corners. There's still some downforce to lose in these cars, apparently, so it's interesting to see these different approaches right now.
Okay, so you've done these kind of qualifying sessions and such, Niels. How would you want to do this? Obviously, we've got one team where they're all separated, the other team where they're all quite close together. What would you be telling BS Competition, telling the boys if they were in this session?
It comes out, you probably wanted to have practiced that scenario. So if they go for, let's do it in a pair of 3, then I'm sure they prepared that and they're sure they're confident in that approach. So maybe the guy in third gets somewhat of a double draft effect and can extract some extra pace there so they can put the third guy on pole. It's difficult to judge here.
Do you think there was a bit of tactics there? Because I did notice how all three Team Nitro cars pulled over to one side. I did also notice that Statsenko went back into the pit lane, curiously, and then came back out onto the circuit. Now, I wonder if they bailed, expecting Statsenko to affect their qualifying lap. Or
I doubt.
Potentially, you reckon?
I doubt you'd cancel a lap because you see a car ahead, simply because you have so few chances here to set a good lap time, so I doubt they're canceling a lap just because a car is potentially in the way. But I can't see. Did they have lap time set in the first place now?
I don't believe so. I don't think there are.
Bastian Richter did, I think.
Oh yeah,
so Dara McCormack. Not sure about the rest of them though at this point, so we will wait and see. We have the same information as you, the viewers, what's on screen in front of us right now. So apologies for not having specific sector times and what not being pulled up in front of us. If it does finish like this though, it is very much advantage, I think, Team Nitro, rather Virtus Pro, because I don't think you want to be sat behind, given what we have been talking about.
I mean, the qualifying order at the moment is Virtus Pro, Team Nitro, Virtus Pro, Team Nitro, Team Nitro, Virtus Pro. There's one of each on each side of the grid. It's all
on average 3, as I said.
Literally straight on it. You're good at this. There's a job in this market for you, Niels.
I assure you won the competition.
It's been great having you, Niels, with us and giving us not just your time, but your insight as well, which Lewis and I pretend that we know what we're talking about, but you can give us that view from behind the scenes. So, no improvements yet as we head into the final 60-odd seconds of the session. There is Tobias Gronewold with a best of a 135.122. Now, that is only about a tenth of a second off what our pole positions have been through the course of the evening so far. But when there's only 6 cars on track, a tenth of a second could be a big difference.
Certainly so. And you can see here the flying formation of Team Nitro. Tobias Gronewold closing up to Michi Tauscher, who's going to bail from his lap to fall off of the train. Very much team time trial at the Tour de France. I've not had one of those in ages, so I don't know why I've said that.
Orchestrated to me.
Very much so.
He gave the draft for the first 2 straights and then bailed out before the first, the second slow corner, but more importantly, before the third sector where downforce should play much more of a role in these S corners. And maybe the guy who was in Tauscher, who was in third place there, still got the double draft for the first 2 sectors and maybe has enough of an advantage in the lap time in it, so he can deal a bit with the error loss now in the faster corners. So interesting. I'm very curious what's coming out of this as they go over the line.
He's not going to get another chance because as the clock strikes 0, fast laps count, and Michi Tauscher rockets to the front, and it's
double draft works.
70 thousandths of a second.
And importantly, look at that final row of the grid. Wojtek Fiala, Mikhail Statsenko, 5th and 6th position, Virtus Pro on the final row of the grid. So the slipstream tactics there most certainly working in favour of Team Nitro. There'll be 1 Nitro and 1 Virtus Pro on that front row. There's all Nitro on row 2 and then all Virtus Pro on row 3. This is going to be fantastic.
The start of this race is going to be so fascinating, how they're all going to fan out and make that climb up towards turn 1 for the first time, because we have seen poor runs out of turn 1 can really compromise you, Niels, into the next braking zone of turn 3, and we've seen 3 wide. We could be 4 wide with how wide this track is for these cars.
It's going to be interesting what the turn 1 approach is from the pole sitter. Of course, depends how the reaction to the green light is in the end, and if there's a side-by-side. We saw in the last chance race that Robbie, they still had some overlap coming to the braking zone, but he kind of turned in from the far outside right to the apex, being sure that he would kind of be clear of the car in second position. And I don't know if the same would work here. If someone who has the nose ahead should turn in as aggressively for turn 1, I'm pretty sure someone else is going to have that long bonnet inside there.
Stuffed under that bonnet is what, the 6.2 liter V8 that we've mentioned a couple of times, as we jump on board to that final row and see the view in front. It is a small field, but a feisty field that gets ready to go. And Lewis, this is where the format becomes so fun. This is what made the Esports Racing League so unique. 2 teams on track, 3 on 3, mano on mano.
Yeah, indeed, and it won't be a 12-minute race. I believe it's an 8-minute race for them to deal with, and it is going to be very interesting because you know, all 3 of your cars out there. It's, you know, you have 50% of the field. It's very rare that we actually see racing like this really at all in sim racing or motorsport. So it's one of those fascinating ones that you kind of don't really know how it's going to unfold until you get into it.
And the invert for the second race in this best of 3 matchup will invert the top 4. So if it finishes as they start, it would be Virtus Pro that do not start on the front row. Instead, it would be Team Nitro. So controlling the tempo of this race is going to be important. And Dara McCormack, Lewis, he's got a job on his hands to really slow down Team Nitro and bring his teammates into the fight.
I mean, he's got to slip through to take victory. He has to. Do remember, it is still the same in the final as it is all the way throughout the evening. Again, of the 3 cars, it is the best 2 results that count. Of course, it's kind of less relevant in this, but still, it is relevant. It would mean that Virtus Pro would most certainly be losing this to Team Nitro at present, but things can unfold differently.
These were 2 of the favorites coming into the first event in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. Ready to go on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Let's rumble in the Styrian Mountains, and Dara McCormack will not be alongside into the braking zone of turn 1. He will focus on the exit and trying to slingshot his way past Michi Tauscher. But around the outside, Tobias Gronewold has gotten in front of Bastian Richter, who now will feel the pressure from Fiala and from Statsenko on the climb into turn 3.
Yep, here comes the move. Wojtek Fiala going for it, as is Tobias Gronewold. As Dara McCormack looks to the inside, can't do anything about it. To the outside, deep onto the brake goes Michi Tauscher. Dara McCormack's going to go for the up and under to take over the race lead here for Virtus Pro. The drag race down towards Schloss Gold is Virtus Pro at the front and Virtus Pro at the back, and it is a delicious Team Nitro sandwich.
It's exactly what they would love to see right now. For Virtus Pro, as Dara McCormack hits the front. The problem is Wojtek Fiala is still a little bit too far behind. They would need to finish 1st and 4th to grab the victory in this race. And again, penalty points could end up playing their part as well. We're hoping race control stays as quiet as possible, but given how difficult the drivers have said it is to pass, especially as they work through this middle sector of the lap where the dirty air will play its part, Gronewold's already lost a couple of car lengths to the top 2.
Yeah, we'll see if the teams were being a little bit coy about their chances of overtaking, or whether there is most certainly the opportunity like what we were expecting. Straight over onto the curb on the exit of the penultimate corner, through the final one, and out onto the start-finish straight to complete the first lap of this 8-minute showdown. Michi Tauscher onto the rear end of Dara McCormack, obviously on that race up towards turn 1. Surely he's going to get an attempt at 3. Surely.
He's close enough. McCormack got a good run, but this is where that draft will start to play its part and close them up. Yes, open setups on Assetto Corsa Competizione, but Fiala was saying they're all basically probably running a copy and pasted setup. Now, does Tauscher have the grip to try and crisscross here? He's not going to go the long way around, or is he? He's going to stick his nose there, does not get the drive off the corner, and 6 cars in a conga line running down to turn 5.
Yeah, do remember though, this position at the moment, because 2nd and 3rd place, 1st and 5th for Virtus Pro, it would be victory for Team Nitro. It would be 1-0 to Team Nitro. And it would have all the work to do for Virtus Pro in the second of the races. And of course, that the reverse grid for the second race this evening here in the finals is a top 4 reverse. Means things go from good to even better for Team Nitro, because they will be starting that race 1st, 2nd and 3rd with all the work to do for Virtus Pro. McCormack needs the help from Fiala, and he needs it now.
if we do need a third race in this best-of-3 matchup, we do not qualify for that race as we did previously in the Esports Racing League. Instead, the grid is set by the fastest lap times in the second race. So there will be a bit of scrutinizing the timesheets before we can order the cars up and fire them off and away. Fiala's in a very different position to what he was in first the quarterfinal and then the semi-final, putting it in pole position and driving clear of the field behind. Instead, looking out the windshield, he's got those Team Nitro machines over the long bonnet and not getting the best run out of turn 1 right now. We are almost halfway through the first of the finals and Team Nitro are solidly in control. And Lewis, as much as we were hoping the drivers were slightly lying to us by saying how hard it is to pass, it's kind of being proved right now.
Yeah, certainly so. And Wojtek Fiala's not keeping close enough to the rear end of Bastian Richter. He's unable to sit under the rear wing of Richter's car. Now, the only problem that can happen here for Nitro, right, is they're running second, third, and fourth, okay? Now, obviously, Bastian Richter does not want to go for a move on Tobias Gronewold. Obviously, why would he? It's his teammate. The team don't gain anything from doing so. But in trying to sit off the rear and in trying sometimes not to go for a move, it can back you up, allowing the overtake to come in. And that will be the mistake that Wojtek Fiala is waiting to pounce on. But look at how much closer. I know, so it's because basically Bastian Richter is dishing out not only his dirty air onto Wojtek Fiala, but Gronewold, Tausch, and Darren McCormack's as well. But look at how much closer Mitchie Tausch can sit onto the rear end of Darren McCormack compared to Wojtek Fiala versus Bastian Richter. He's right on the rear end and still is unable to do something about it.
And I think that's why McCormack is not really able to slow the pace down here and back them up into his teammates. Last lap was a 35.4, only a couple of tenths off the qualifying pace. So it really goes to show we are not playing games. McCormack is not in a position where he can be lifting off here and trying to bring Fiala and Statsenko back into it. Maybe, as crazy as this sounds, it would be better for him to be in second and causing some chaos and consternation. But there you go. He's starting to park the car in uncomfortable places. Tauscher once again searches around the outside, but nothing doing.
He's got to do something here to start making it a little bit awkward for Team Nitro. Slowing it down, like you say, pulling it up on that apex of T3. But the thing is, by doing so, he's making his own position risky. We've seen so many times this evening, front to rear contact has really destabilized that front car and has sent them packing. So he's got to be wary of that. Of course, he'll be well aware as to how to race on this platform. Was won a whole host of races, of titles, of this and that on this platform, as Darren McCormack, as has Mitchie Tauscher, Tobias Gronewold, Bastian Richter, Wojtek Fiala, and Mikkel Statsenko. They've all won their fair share. But look at this from McCormack. So much pressure from Team Nitro. He's dealing with it brilliantly. But again, there's actually nothing more really that McCormack can do.
So, cross the line with about 135.
It'll be the last lap.
It'll be the last lap, you think?
That's going to be one more.
So we'll get this one final lap now.
Really close.
And does Mitchie Tauscher get close enough? Not here in through turn 1, but on the exit to get the drive off the corner and make his move. He doesn't have to by any means, but you know he'd love to grab the victory in the first final of the night.
Yeah, indeed. He wants to really punish Virtus Pro. Slightly wide there at T1 was Darren McCormack. Outside, Mitchie Tauscher. Bit of contact between the pair of them. Going to go out wide here. Going to go off the road. Going to open the door for his teammates to come through. Now things are getting awkward, Arjuna.
But if your team manager, Tauscher and Gronewold, one of them can slightly lift off here, and it's Gronewold that will let Tauscher hold on to the spot. That's the benefit of having coordination. Does Wojtek Fiala get close enough? Not just.
Oh, he had a look, but couldn't do it. And once again, the order remains as it was. McCormack ahead of 3 Team Nitros. At the moment, it will be 1-0 for Team Nitro heading into the second race where they could win it all. But you never know, we might need a third race, but things are looking good for Nitro at the moment. They would be reversed to first, second, and third on the grid.
I'm feeling nervous. I can't imagine what fans, team managers must be feeling like watching this right now. 10 seconds left to go. This should be the checkered flag flying as we descend out of the final corner here at the Red Bull Ring. And while Dara McCormack will be up front and take the win on the road, it's strike one to Team Nitro in the finals of the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts here on Assetto Corsa Competizione.
God, I should have been more confident, shouldn't I? I said it was going to be the last lap, and I was slightly uncommitted. It was. I'll blame Neil. So you said there might be one more. Also, I don't know. No, I wasn't. I just wasn't committed. I was like, maybe. It was very tight on time.
But Niels, not much passing by any means. Yes, Dara McCormack had a couple of looks here and there, but the rest of the pack very much stuck in that draft downforce loss of dirty air, whatever we want to call it.
Yes. What I wanted to say was it was really close there in the last lap, and I was already thinking about possible solutions for Dara would have been to just get a faster lap time in by potentially just using his off tracks, extending a couple exits or cutting a corner just too much to make it another lap to just give Fiala one more chance. But at the same time, Tauscher might have been well aware that if he just extended the lap time on this particular lap, there was no chance for another lap, which just played into their hands. So maybe that's why he attacked him a little bit into turn 3. Yeah, but still, they all seem very, very calm still. Maybe the win doesn't count as much for them. We'll see. Maybe they're playing the long game for the season. But then again, what's there to lose other than P1 today?
Well, I've just seen that Race Control is investigating an issue with the 141 pushing the 9 off the track. So that would be Dara McCormack pushing Mitchie Tauscher out wide. Lewis, I didn't necessarily see too much that Race Control needed to jump in there.
It must have been on, obviously, lap 1. But I don't know. Like I say, it's one that will be investigated by Race Control. I don't necessarily fault Team Nitro for putting in a protest, even though you've won. But penalty points can help, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it's.
I guess it's going to be 5 seconds for Carlos Sainz.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, don't get me started on that. Was it 10 seconds? I've never been more angry watching a race.
It has been.
Actually, I definitely have been.
Yes, I was going to say, should we appeal it and then get it changed 3 weeks down the line? A confirmation, it was a no further action from Race Control. I don't think it was lap 1 necessarily. I think that might have been, was it the penultimate, the final lap when Mitchie really tried to go for it? And again, I'll say the same thing. I don't really feel like there was too much for us to take a look at. But that does now mean that, Niels, we know what the grid will be for the second of the finals. Team Nitro will line up 1 and 2. It should be Bastian Richter in pole position, Tobias Gronewold alongside, and then third will be Mitchie Tauscher. Fourth will be Dara McCormack.
Sounds good to me. No, I mean, now, if the starting order is like that, then I was going to say Williams, but of course it's Virtus Pro. They need to do something here, so gonna get spicy.
What can they do, Lewis? I mean, being realistic, we saw in that first final just how tough it is to really make something happen.
Yeah, especially when now Team Nitro are in the perfect position because they're going to be starting first, second, and third, so they have effectively all of the control. So if they were going to really play about with things, if they really wanted to, they could allow first and second to run away into the distance, whilst third just completely stops, just to basically slow the entirety of Twitter. That's not going to happen, by the way, but I'm just saying they have the control, they have the options to play some tactical games however they see fit. For Virtus Pro, there is only one thing they can do, and that is full send. There's nothing else. You can't. Just driving around the circuit isn't going to be good enough. There's nothing more they can do. Big dive bombs on the opening lap. That's about it, and hope they get lucky and maybe it sticks. It's not looking good for Virtus Pro.
And this is where you really need to think more defense than offense if you are Team Nitro, right, Niels? You're not thinking about how you're moving forward through the field. It's how are you going to work together and use the 3 cars in the first 3 spots to prevent any lunges, like Lewis mentions, into those first couple of corners.
Yeah, I think for Virtus Pro now, it's all or nothing. They're gonna, if everything goes wrong, they kick everybody off the track, they're gonna finish second. if they make it happen, they might still have a shot in race 3. So I think now's the time for them to do something. So far, they've been playing by the imaginary rulebook that the adjudicators usually see, but racing has a lot more options on the table, and I think we're going to see more of that now.
Well, we're about to find out if it gets finished in 2 races, if we need that third and final race. I think we're pretty confident in saying it will be done in 2, but again, no qualifying. We invert the top 4 from the results of the first race in the finals, and hopefully only about 10 minutes away from crowning our first winner in the Esports Racing League. So as we take a look at that starting grid, 3 Team Nitro machines in front of 3 Virtus Pro machines, Lewis, comes down to this.
Yeah, McCormack has to go full send here. He has to do something. He has to try and open the door for his teammate, because that'll be the thing. Wojtek Fiala and Mikhail Statsenko, they were the ones that finished 5th and 6th. They're the ones that sat on that final row as they started the previous race, as they ran the entire previous race through, and as they ended it. This is not looking good for Virtus Pro. But we've seen things unfold dramatically in the Esports Racing League over 2023 when we had it running. It's great to have it back, and I'm sure, Arjuna, we're not going to be short of drama here. There's got to be something.
Definitely not. I was just actually going to go through and take a look at the driver lineup for specifically Team Nitro and Virtus Pro on maybe some of the other platforms. They have Nicholas Haubin to Team Nitro. Yep. They also have Andika Rama Malnua, who I think we might end up seeing on Gran Turismo 7 for Virtus Pro. Their 2 other drivers, Jakub Brzezinski and Kevin Ellis Jr. So, Virtus Pro will be feeling pretty confident, not just about the points they've secured here on ACC, Lewis, but going forward to iRacing and Wrenchboard as well. I think they'll be feeling pretty good.
And McCormack is, I can tell you, pretty rapid on LMU as well. So Virtus Pro will be pretty happy with how this season is currently looking. And if they could start with a final victory, that would be great. A final appearance is solid, but this is a team that wants victories. They're obviously, all teams want victories, but they're one that know that they're very capable of taking victories on a relatively consistent basis. So this is not going to be an easy run, and Team Nitro are certainly in position though to steal it away straight away.
We've had a lot of fun, that's for sure. If this is the final race in our first event back with the Esports Racing League, the Chevy Camaro, the Red Bull Ring, a great way on Assetto Corsa Competizione for us to jump back into the fight. A fight that now will see Virtus Pro take the action to Team Nitro as we get ready to go. 8 more minutes thrown onto the clock. And as we wait for the green flag to drop, does instantly Mitchie Tauscher come across the road to cover off Dara McCormack? Can't quite slam the door shut into turn 1, and the Irishman forces his way to the inside, over the curb. Out wide for Tauscher, using the track limits to his advantage, and gets a great drag race one on his teammate right now. So Tauscher alongside of Gronewold, but McCormack's going to force it to the inside, into the braking zone.
He's got to try and make it 3 wide here as McCormack, but there we go, getting covered straight off. He sends it down the inside. It's going to be 4 wide in the braking zone here. They've got to try something. It might not work, but maybe it just might. It is Bastian Richter running away with things at the moment, and will almost certainly be taking victory at this point, as this lot are all going to fight over 2nd position now.
4 beam into turn 3. They made it work, and Virtus Pro have got the outcome they wanted, although Wojciech Fiala 4th wide at turn 4. That will lose him a couple more car lengths. He'll gather it back up and close. The first minute officially complete, though, and Bastian Richter's pulled a little bit of a gap to the chasing pair of Statsenko and McCormack. Richter has not had an easy evening by any means. Now, with the clean air up the road, though, he's got a perfect opportunity to show us, Lewis, exactly what he can deliver.
Let me tell you something, though. 100%. Both teams will have reported that. Hilarious as it is to say that both teams will have done it, guarantee that Virtus Pro might think they were hard done by here with, I don't know, turning in or something. I don't know. It was definitely Virtus Pro the one that would come out worse in that penalty point. So realistically, I don't think this is a good spot for Virtus Pro. Don't get me wrong, I actually don't think there should be penalty because I think it's banter, but race control are not here for banter. They're here for the rules and the safe running of a competition. And I think that might be a little bit over the line from Virtus Pro, particularly Wojtek Fiala. Statsenko only got through because Fiala absolutely bombed Gronewold and Tauscher out of the way.
What I will point out is that maybe Gronewold did respond a bit to the lunge from Dara McCormack. He
Potentially.
I don't feel like he was fully proactive. He was mostly proactive, but there was a bit of reactionary blocking potentially into the actual braking zone itself as McCormack played the game to just try and to bait the cars in front of him to leave the inside open. At the end of the day, like you say, race control is the one that's going to have reports from both sides, and they will have to make their decision. At least for the time being, though, this would still be a position that lets Team Nitro, even if there are no penalty points, Team Nitro would grab the victory in the final. They would grab the victory in the event. So McCormack's got to get the bit between his teeth here and close on the leader and try and find his way through.
Yeah, and he is firing in some very good lap times at the moment. Bastian Richter will be feeling some serious pressure from Darren McCormack, who's pulling away from Mikhail Statsenko, who we can see here on our screen on the side-by-side. Firing away through the final corner, 4 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. So we'll have 3 laps of racing. The mirrors being filled on Statsenko as we have Gronewold and Tauscher having a look. McCormack is closing up on your race leader, and he needs to get through. Regardless of what happens with race control, regardless of what's happening behind the scenes, he cannot be thinking about any of that for a moment. The only thing that can be going through McCormack's mind is, I must win this race. Same with Statsenko. I must finish in third.
Very interesting situation here, because the first turn 3 approach, they were 4 wide, and you could easily intuitively think as Nitro that Williams was dive bombing a little too much. There's certainly going to be a penalty, but then just turn 4, Tauscher pushed Fiala wide a bit and could equally receive a penalty, so they might even be equal here in penalties, and yeah, might be sorting it out on track.
It's a good point, actually. Down at turn 4, that was a totally separate incident. That was maybe a little bit more cut and dry than what happened into turn 3. At least for the time being, though, I think also need to keep an eye on Gronewold and Statsenko, because as much as we were saying, Lewis, that if McCormack catches Richter, he can find his way through and put Virtus Pro in control. Statsenko's starting to struggle a little bit, it would seem, with about 3.5 minutes left to go, and those final 4 cars on track are now right on top of one another.
Yeah, certainly so. It is very close. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Statsenko, though, ideally, as has been discussed before, not that Statsenko is a particularly weak driver himself, he's obviously very, very good. If you wanted either of the Virtus Pro drivers in that 3rd position at the moment, you would want it to be Wojtek Fiala at the moment, basically having proven himself with those 2 victories earlier on in the night. Statsenko is going to be feeling the pressure of Tobias Gronewold. Thing is, if there is an attempted move, maybe that will open up the opportunity for Wojtek Fiala to work their way through, so you never fully know. But at the moment, Team Nitro, the one in position. Here comes Fiala on Michi Tauscher.
Right now, they're also flat out in the front. And last race, we saw that it was really close with an additional lap. But this time, I don't think Basti Richter has the comfort to slow down even the tiniest bit. Then McCormack will be right there. So I think we might see another lap, which in both cases might put Dara in his slipstream. If he slows down, Dara is there. If he does another lap, Dara is there.
I think Dara might already be there. Again, keep an eye at the front, keep an eye at the back as well, because Fiala's lost a little bit of ground, and maybe what Statsenko is trying to do here is back Gronewold and Tauscher up into Wojtek Fiala, but the problem is Fiala needs to get past both of the Team Nitro machines in order for Virtus Pro to grab the win in this race, so it's much easier said than done. And I think you are right, Niels. I think we will indeed get an additional lap, because as they sweep through the penultimate corner, 1 minute 47 left on the clock. It will be marginal, but Lewis will get an extra lap for McCormack to close that gap.
Yeah, like you say, you're absolutely right. It's a lose-lose scenario for Bastian Richter, because, like you say, he cannot slow down any more than he's currently going, because to shrink the race by a lap, because McCormack will be there. But if he goes long anyway, McCormack's going to be there. So regardless, he's going to have to deal with McCormack at some point during this race, whether it is on this lap or the next one. Fascinating how this fight is going to unfold. Fascinating to see Tobias Gronewold potentially going for a move here on Mikhail Statsenko. It could be done even before it's properly thought about, before the checker flag's even prepared. Did he go for an up and under? Got a bit of assistance from his teammate. I'm not sure that was assistance.
Definitely not going flat out between these four right now, and pinching, squeezing on the run down to turn 4. Long way around for Gronewold. You'd think he might want to back out of this one, try and eliminate any sort of risk, but he leaves himself there as they initially turn the car in, and his teammate almost runs into the back of him. One more lap left to go, and if you're not tense right now, well, welcome to the world of the Esports Racing League. This is what it's all about. 5 different sim platforms before we get to our in-person finale at Sim Formula Europe on a brand new platform. Gronewold out of nowhere tries it, doesn't get it stuck.
No, certainly not. That was a big attempt, but now it's going to get very messy and very dicey in all of this as they come down into the penultimate corner. This is going to be very chaotic indeed, side by side for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
I think they are playing some games right now, that is for sure. The pace from Statsenko has dropped to, well, maybe 50% of flat-out pace, and that might be generous. The teammates will swap around. Tauscher and Gronewold have now basically got to put up a wall. McCormack might be close enough to Bastian Richter to make the move happen, but look at all of this action. Contact to turn 1. Oh, great control from Tauscher to hold on.
Yeah, indeed. Again, there's going to be a lot of reports for race control to deal with. By the way, if we do need a 3rd race, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a 1-2 of Virtus Pro on that grid, because it comes down to fastest laps in this race. Wojtek Fiala has the fastest lap. I'm pretty sure McCormack's got the 2nd fastest as he was chasing down on Bastian Richter. Tobias Gronewold to the outside for 3rd position. Cannot do it on Mikhail Statsenko. The reason why Statsenko's trying to back him up, because if they can get Wojtek Fiala into 4th position, then as you're right, Virtus Pro will win this 2nd race anyway.
Dara McCormack is too far behind Bastian Richter in my mind. The clock now hitting 0. Gronewold's put himself in a dangerous position. Fortunately, it's Michi Tauscher that pulls alongside here. Race control has got plenty to take a look at through this middle sector for the final time. There goes Fiala trying to make his way up the inside of Gronewold, and contact between the two. Could that put to end any hope for Virtus Pro?
I think Fiala was in a little bit too deep then, but then you could also argue that Gronewold was backing off a little bit too much. Again, reports will be flown around in race control from either side through the final quarter. Here's Richter.
What a drive. Has not had an easy start to his ERL powered by Nitro Concepts campaign, but Bastian Richter crosses the line and takes the win in Final 2 and might just secure the win on Assetto Corsa Competizione for Team Nitro, but we've got to play the waiting game and wait for race control.
Yeah, indeed. God, we've been talking about some wrestling going on. There was plenty of it out there on the race circuit there between Virtus Pro and Team Nitro. Cracking race, great victory for Bastian Richter, and a solid couple of races that we've seen between the two teams there. I get the feeling that race control are going to take a good look, but as much as I do think we're going to get some penalty points thrown around, it almost feels that it's pretty 50-50, that they're like, you know, Virtus Pro are going to get a penalty point for this. Team Nitro are going to get a penalty point for this. Virtus Pro are going to get a penalty point for this. Team Nitro are going to get a penalty point for that. It's just how it's going to go, I think.
Niels, what did you take
there was an unfortunate camera cut in turn 7-8 when I think it was Gronewold who was doing a dive on Statsenko. If there was contact, that's a penalty perhaps, and we saw on the last lap there was contact from Fiala and Tauscher. So indeed, it could be very equal depending how the turn 3 and turn 4 incident go. As much as I would love them to sort it out on track, but the nature of these events is that it's a green table.
Well, at least the good news is that we've only had three protests, I should say, so far. There is a 5-minute window after the race for additional reports to be submitted, though. So who knows if there will be a whole flurry that get added in there. But
they will, just to protect their backs.
100%.
You'd think so. Lewis, as much as it was difficult to pass, that was an enthralling race. Maybe for very different reasons, though, to what some would have expected.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, look, it was, I say it might have been tough to pass, but it was a bare minimum excited. One thing, 2 penalty points for Virtus Pro. Darren McCormack received it at turn 3 on lap 1. That was for obviously the big dive bomb down the inside where it was made 4 wide. Pretty sure Fiala might also pick something up for that, because obviously he was a big big dive down the inside. But like I say, race control going to go through a whole host of incidents. But it's one thing to note that there is at least 2 penalty points on Virtus Pro's shoulders. There's more to come.
Yes, I have no doubt about that. So we will let our hardworking team, the VCO race control crew, get to work. And a big shout out to the SimGrid, who are helping us run this event. They'll be back with us next time out on LMU as well to help manage all the servers, all the nitty gritty of getting these events off the ground. So a big shout out to them. And Niels, as we wait here for race control, who knows how long that might take. You competed in the Esports Racing League when it was first around, and a lot of the teams, I think, are very glad to have it back, not just because of these shorter races, unique format, but it gets them out of their comfort zone, right? It's a step out of the traditional grind and an opportunity to have a bit more fun.
Yeah, I think especially the grinding situation is something that can really wear you out, especially throughout an entire season. In SRO, we know the calendar, there's a huge gap between the races, so you essentially have a 6 or 8 week prep time over the summer sometimes, and you're forced to use it because every week of prep is going to give you a couple more hundreds, maybe sort another situation out in the race that could happen, get a little bit better in the rain or in changing conditions, for example. I don't know, make your strategy ever so slightly smarter, think of another scenario that could happen you want to solve ahead of time. And then you have these really long wait times, and the races, even if they're 24 hours, seem really short in comparison. So this makes for a nice change. You know the tracks, I don't know, what was it, a week ahead, really cuts down the practice time. Also good to have a car with not too many setup options or even the fixed races in the other games, which makes your life a lot easier. You can just focus back on what you came for initially when you started sim racing, which is the driving. And as nice as it is to have these complex simulations, sometimes they wear you out just simply for their complexity and the kind of holes you need to find in them.
So it's been great having you behind the scenes, as it were, helping us to bring some expert analysis to the broadcast. But for those that don't know, Niels, you also had a key part in VCO LFM Flex Stream, which is now going back a couple of years, but you kind of understand what it takes to put on events like this as well. So I just wanted to say a big shout out to our team at VCO, specifically the main man Florian, that's been putting in the long hours to make all of this happen. You probably have a bit of an appreciation for what it takes as well.
I see the preparation that Florian is putting in there. I see all the Discords he's in. I don't see the DMs, but I can smell them. He's talking day and night really with a lot of people to put this together, make sure there's some funding for all the people involved. So it's his baby after all, but of course there's much more people doing the actual work.
Well, let's take a look at a hopefully slow motion replay of one of the incidents. What I can say is a couple more penalty points for Virtus Pro. They have now had a total of 7 from that race so far. Nothing yet for Team Nitro. Lewis, what's your take on that?
I mean, it's slightly more of a tricky one because obviously in slow motion there, it's very easy to be like, oh, well, Wojtek Fiala was diving it in, but Wojtek Fiala would have been driving his racing line, right? And then, of course, Grunewald backing off there from the incident is going at a different speed than normal and then turning in. I'm not saying it's a racing incident, but I think that's more of a difficult one than it kind of looks from the outset, because contact of that corner, we've seen it a couple of times where it has resulted in penalty points. That one, maybe I'm trying to play devil's advocate here. I can kind of see it from a little bit as to where Grunewald didn't exactly help himself by backing off the incident and then still turning in as if there wasn't a car there, or there was always going to be a car there.
The Fiala diving is pretty much an invitation for Grunewald to take the hit. And if we don't apply F1 rules, and even if we did, I don't think Fiala was ahead at the elusive apex.
Certainly around that corner.
Yeah, let's throw those F1 rules out the window, if you ask me. Here's another look at it from slightly further back.
Oh, okay, that angle. Do you know what? I'm actually going to back right off. Grunewald doesn't back off as much as I thought he did. He absolutely full-sended that in Wojtek Fiala. That is... Oh yeah,
2-0.
that angle's not 2-0 straight up. With the amount of penalty points I've already picked up in Virtus Pro, it is 2-0 straight up.
I think that's the thing, is given that there's now 77 penalty points already, and sure, there may be a couple here and there that fall for Team Nitro, but we didn't necessarily see anything too egregious on their end. Yeah, I think I'd feel pretty confident in saying that it is 2-0. If we do need that third and final race, Race Control has just told us what the grid order would be. It would be Fiala from McCormack, from Richter, Statsenko, Tauscher, and Gronewold. At the end of the day, I think we are done and dusted. We will wait for that final confirmation, but just a few moments for us to continue waiting and maybe look forward as well. We've mentioned some of the events coming up. Le Mans Ultimate on the 27th of September, but then a bit of a break until the 25th of October when we go racing on Gran Turismo 7, which I think, Niels, that is going to be the most interesting of the events, because we'll see, some new drivers, probably some console specialists, the likes of the Coqui Lopez, the Angelina Strozas. You will also inevitably see a couple of drivers coming over from iRacing and stepping into the unknown slightly, and seeing how quickly they get up to speed will be very curious.
For me, the first hurdle would be the PlayStation. I'm so enshrined in the PC world that I wouldn't even know how to use the menus. But I guess this is not something that will hold the players back at the end of the day. I'm also sure in Gran Turismo the cars are much more lenient in terms of car contact. You can do more aggressive dives before the other cars will actually notice the impact. So they're all a bit more rigid on the line they're taking. So certainly the latest, when we're doing Gran Turismo, we're gonna see some more aggressive diving without ending in crashes.
That's the hope, that's for sure. Let's see if we can catch up with one of the drivers. Lewis McLeod standing by with Bastian Richter.
Well, yeah, we do have Bastian Richter. Maybe a little bit early, at least, to be calling champions of the evening, because we're still waiting for some race control stuff. But one thing you do have is a fantastic race victory. Brilliant drive in that one. What's the thoughts like behind the team? Obviously, I'm sure pretty positive after that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the starting positions we had, we thought it couldn't get any better. And yeah, I don't know exactly what happened behind me, but once I saw McCormick is behind me, I just was focusing ahead, pushing, and happy that I could keep the gap and get that victory home. And yeah, looking at the positions, I think it should be enough, but yeah, we will wait for the final confirmation, I guess.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that it's just it's almost as tense outside of the race as it is inside of it. But talk us through those moments in the race where you had the race lead, you were basically comfortably clear of everyone, and Darren McCormack, second position. What's that like? Having someone who's so fast, has got so much potential. He's behind you and potentially closing in a little bit, but you held your own and was able to keep the gap at about 1.5 seconds towards the end of the race there.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the quali times we saw this day, I knew that Dawe was faster than me a little bit. So I was just, muting myself, didn't hear anything about what was going on in the Discord, and just, was focusing on the road ahead. And it was quite the opposite to the other races I did today, because there it felt more like I've been the punching bag, especially in the first races. But yeah, overall, I mean, sure, you look at the times all the time, and you expect him to maybe catch a little bit, and every little mistake you start to overthink maybe, but in the end, he probably also did a few mistakes, especially on the older tires. I had a little bit of an advantage there again, and luckily it was enough then.
Well, obviously, we've got 4 platforms left to go in the main season before we get to that season finale. What ones are we going to be seeing you on? Are we going to be seeing you take into maybe Le Mans? Maybe you'll be taking Gran Turismo 7 now. Who knows? What are you expecting from you, Bastian?
So I will drive Le Mans Ultimate. This is platform we have been using a lot in the recent month, and so there I will be driving, and then I will probably drive iRacing as well.
Perfect.
Because, a few years ago I was driving there as well a little bit, at least for the ERL we had back then, and will be fun.
Well, I do have it confirmed now by Race Control. It is 2-0 to Team Nitro. You are victorious this evening. So obviously a big congratulations. What are the thoughts like now going through your head? That weight is off your shoulders. It is sorted. It is confirmed. You are the winners of race night number 1 in the ERL powered by Nitro Concepts.
Yeah, super happy, obviously. I mean, it's our home sim, so obviously we had high expectations, but looking at the teams we are facing, yeah, these are also like top tier ACC teams. Even though they were switching to Rensport this year, we know they are incredibly quick in ACC. So yeah, we knew it will be a challenge, but yeah, super relieved that we could pull it off, and yeah.
Well, congratulations. I'm sure we'll be grabbing your teammates as well in just a few moments' time, but big congratulations to you and your team.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and thanks to you for your work.
Well, you heard it. Race Control has made their final decision. There were some penalty points for Team Nitro, yes, but none significant enough to change the outcome. It is Nitro 2-0. At least we got one of the predictions right across the board. 2 races in the best of 3 matchup. And now we just wait for a couple of moments to celebrate with Team Nitro, who start this ERL campaign off, Niels, on a high. And interesting to hear that they've already kind of talked about what platforms they need to start practicing for. And so Bastian doesn't get much time to relax. He's straight on to the LMU practice grind.
As a team, I think they have a foot fairly in the door for LMU. I think Niklas Huben is mainly driving that sim right now, so they should have gathered a lot of experience already. And yeah, he'll probably just share what he knows, and Basti is good enough of a driver to quickly pick up on the details of how to get the car around the corner in LMU as well. Probably takes a bit of practicing around the very limit. The cars are slightly more snappy in LMU. Generally the rear end more loose a tiny bit in most situations, so there's a bit of a change for ACC where the rear is really planted and you need to work a lot to make the car rotate at all. I think this might be a little easier on LMU, and at the kind of detrimental side of things, that they're more loose and you need to be more protective of the rear end, so to say. So just a small change in driving style, but I have no doubt that Basti is going to adapt fairly quickly.
Let's get the entire Team Nitro in and quickly have a chat with the winning team to open up the 2025 Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts campaign here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. It is Team Nitro that rule supreme. They'd only missed 2 finals previously in the ERL under the previous incarnation of the Unicorns of Love. But congratulations, and Mitchie, let's start with you. I mean, it seems as though an interesting battle in that final race. What was going through your mind as you were wheel to wheel with the Virtus Pro competitors?
From my side, I just tried to keep it clean because we knew P1 and P4 is enough to win today. So I was just trying to hold back Fiala and not let him pass, so he can't do anything with Toby. And yeah, I couldn't do anything because Misha and Toby were fighting, and I was just trying to not get involved in this. And then Fiala came from behind. Yeah, and everything just got a little bit chaotic at the end, but yeah. I think it's just how the format works in the final, because you have to try everything you can, and even if it's not the cleanest of races, but you have to try everything. So I couldn't blame them, I couldn't blame what we did. Like, yeah, just how it works.
And I guess I'll ask this question to Tobias. I'm very curious how you keep a cool head in those situations. The racing was getting more and more intense and physical, but you and the team able to stay out of trouble for the most part and hold your nerves. What's it like in that situation?
Yeah, honestly, really tough, especially because I think today was probably the most competitive event ever. Also, if you compare to like 2-3 years ago, it was super close. Even the, let's say, slower teams were only like a tenth or 2 off, so it was really, really tough. And then, yeah, we saw obviously Virtus and Williams, they were quite quick. So we came with the idea in practice to maybe give each other slipstream, because Veloce did it as well 3 years ago, so we had that in mind. And I think that was gave us a bit of a margin at the beginning because we were able to qualify up front. But then, the race was insane. I mean, we tried to be as clean as possible, and obviously Virtus in the end tried to, they had no other option to back us up and try to confuse us and force us into penalties. So I can't blame them. Great praise from them, was really, really tough. So I never really knew what to do, especially when Michi was very close, because I think the worst thing you can do is crash your teammate. So it was a bit of a nerve-wracking experience, to be honest.
Well, congratulations to all three of you. A very well-earned win in the opening round of the ERL powered by Nitro Concepts, and we'll see Team Nitro in a couple of weeks' time on Le Mans Ultimate. Enjoy the success.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
So from Team Nitro, let's switch gears over to, Dara McCormack. And Dara, a valiant fight. And at the end of the day, I know that you always want the win, but I think you can be pretty proud of the effort for the team to get up to second in this opening event of the season.
Yeah, cheers, Arjuna. I think I wouldn't say we're like elated, obviously, we want to win. We're a winning team, so yeah, it's, I think it was a bit of a kick up the arse where we didn't practice enough, all of us. So that's a mistake. I think we were not too cocky, but a bit more confident than we should have been. So yeah, I mean, we'll take P2, I suppose, because it's a long championship. There's still a lot of games to go, so we're I think we're happy with P2.
Obviously, a long season ahead. What sims are we going to see you compete on? Where are you going to focus your energy and time?
All of them.
All
I'm doing all of them. I believe so, yeah.
Has someone bought you a PlayStation yet?
I already have one, so it's sorted. I'm just going to race on a controller and see what happens.
Oh, well, that's the scary proposition, that's for sure. Dara, congratulations on a great day. I know you wanted the win, but we'll see you in Le Mans Ultimate in a few weeks' time.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks for the time to Dara and to the entirety of Team Nitro. Niels, here's a quick look at our results. You see the penalty points confirmed in that second final. Quite a few for Virtus Pro, a couple for Team Nitro as well. But then at the end of the day, not really changing the game, and Team Nitro get it done in 2.
Correct. I think that was expected after we saw the replay from Fiala's dive in the last lap. Looked much closer in the TV cam than it looked in the chase cam later on. So that was a slam dunk penalty, and that looked like it put Virtus Pro at least one penalty ahead. So I think the outcome was clear once we had that perspective.
And Lewis, what are you taking away from this event? I'm taking away that Dara McCormack is a madman for trying to compete on all 5 of the simulators, but that Virtus Pro could definitely be a team to watch. There are some teams that really need to bounce back next time on LMU, the likes of R8G and Coando.
All 5, Arjuna. Are you forgetting that potentially? I mean, look, let's be honest. Virtus Pro, they're going to get to the season. They're a team that we'd expect to be in that Final 4 in the season finale. I reckon he's going to do all 6, which is terrifying. I don't know how he's going to get on with Gran Turismo, but when you consider how good he was on Forza back in the day, there are some skills in that locker that are still going to come out to play. Gran Turismo, Forza, 2 very different games. I get that. But he knows what he drives car fast, so I don't think there's going to be any problems there. I think it's been a good evening. I think there are maybe saying the right team has won is kind of a bit tough. I'm sure Williams and Virtus Pro will probably take that a little bit as harshly, but I do think that this evening Team Nitro have been absolutely fantastic and have pieced their way through the evening brilliantly. I think we're going to get some tough fights on LMU in a couple of weeks' time.
And that is, like we say, only 2 weeks away. September 27th, I believe, is the date. Join us as we make our way over to the official game of the FIA World Endurance Championship, which has just been going from strength to strength as well. I am so excited to go racing in the Orica LMP2 car. A big change of pace from this Camaro GT4 that we were racing here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. But that's it for us here in the opening round of the ERL powered by Nitro Concept. A big thank you to Niels Naujoks for joining us and sharing his insight. Lewis McLeod alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, walking you through all of the action, but a big team at VCO behind the scenes that makes it all happen. So shout out to Race Control, shout out to Florian for keeping the wheels on this train. See you in a couple of weeks' time for the next round of the ERL.